Good morning, good morning. Day 2, a lot of friendly faces again. Thanks for being here.
We need more bodies.
10 minutes to showtime. So, how many people were out on the cruise this morning? Let's see some hands. Very nice. How about the photo walk with Mark Silber? There we go. We had a lot of fun out there. I think we saw the cruise ship going by from the shores, which was a lot of fun. But I want to see those whale watching pictures. And as you know, we have the pushpin gallery, so you can get those pictures printed if you whip up a quick edit in Lightroom. Check out the workflow station. Would love to see your whale pictures. And another quick housekeeping note, if anyone misplaced anything, there is a growing pile of lost and found going at the registration desk. So I don't know, maybe some cameras and lenses might be in there. We're talking little things, little tripod plates and a memory card or lens cap. So if you did find a B&H-er and you see what might be missing. And we have both stages going. I also want to welcome our live stream viewers. So hello, everyone on the interwebs. Jump in those comments. Let us know where you're watching from. We have a lot of locals and West Coasters here in person. B&H brought all the East Coasters here to join y'all, and I want to know who's watching on the web. So I'll even jump in on those comments when I get a free moment and say hello to all of our live stream viewers. So thank you all for being here. And we're jumping into the education inspiration. So without further ado, let's start the day. Vincent Versace, everybody.
Wow. Okay. Can you hear me now? Okay. And everything's up. Cool. No technological glitches today, I promise. Somehow I think I may have just set myself up. So, we're going to have a conversation today about stuff. And because when I do these kind of talks, I don't really know what's going to come out of my mouth. I promise you, I will be as equally as interested in what I have to say as you are. Because it's usually for me when I do this, it's like there's another one of me going, really? You're going to say that? So let me ask you, when you saw this title, what did you think this conversation was going to be about? Geometry? Out. Pardon me? Visualization. What else? Creativity. Okay. What else? Anybody else? Bueller? Pardon? Structure. Okay. I will endeavor to make sure that I touch those points. Now, what this conversation is about is something that hit me right at the time that I was asked to do this talk. And there's a belief that I have, or that I heard the Reverend Knight, Gladys Knight's father or husband, say, which is coincidence is God's attempt at remaining anonymous, or coincidence is the universe's attempt at remaining anonymous. So I was asked to do a presentation here, and at the same time I was asked, I saw my first reel on social media, in which it was 15 images in 15 seconds. And I came to a realization, which brings us up to this next part, is that we are compelled to travel at the speed of light these days. And what we do is we are hit with, I want you to look at these, here you go. Who are you people? How did I get here? Here you go. I didn't forget you. Here you go. Good catch. What I want you to do is see what happens as you look at these pictures, and just pass them around, and if the spirit moves you, feel free to walk up and take a look at prints. Oops, did I hit you? All right. I lose more attendees that way. Here you go. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Oh, you're, okay.
I'm watching.
You're watching?
Yeah, I'm
okay.
not working.
Up here. We travel at the speed of light. And there's a concept called takasanisha, which is the dilation of time. Right now, what's going on with the way in which we're talking is we are in a time frame and we have a reference and we're in this space. But at the same time, I can get you to go, and I can get you to slow down. And what happens when you look at a print, a physical print, is you slow down. And this is my my Instagram thing, so sign up because it's all about social media. So there are some things that are absolutes, one of which is the presence of your spirit, and it's your spirit in photography that matters. And that's what you're talking about when you take a photograph. You are showing me who and what matters to you. And that's important. And what occurs is because of how hard we are hit with the way in which imagery hits us, we lose track of that which it is that is most important. Our experience of time. And what should be happening when you get the print is look at how your time reference changes when you look at it. You are compelled to stop and take in the image. I think that that is important. I think that the journey of an image is to create an image that takes the viewer at the same way you were taken. I don't believe that you take a photograph. I don't believe I take a photograph. I believe that the photograph takes me. That the photograph grabs me, holds onto my heart and soul, and pulls me through the lens. And when I do that, when I allow myself the permission to experience that moment, what occurs is I create an image that compels the viewer because I'm not in my picture. And all of these images, everything that you're looking at, are moments that took me. They're almost as if they are the postcards of the vacation that is my life, that it's the journey that you see. What you are seeing in these images is something that I went, wow. And in that moment, I had a takasanisha moment in which time, a second became an hour, became 2 hours, became a second. And it's that quality that I think is important. It's important to not dwell in the past, I think. And it's important to have an experience in which we are always future-driven and looking at the way things are. But I think what's equally more important is that we don't throw away the past in service of always being compelled into the future. One of the things that I have observed as I have conversations with photographers coming up is that they frequently don't have heroes. They don't have people where they go, oh, I love Cartier-Bresson, I love Win Bullock, oh my God, the work of Demarchier is amazing. These conversations don't exist because what happens is we get into our own little groove about social media. We get into our own little groove about the way we're just hit at the speed of light. And I think it's important to live at the speed of life, that we need to allow to be taken in all that stuff, but at the same time, give ourselves permission to slow down to the speed of life, the way we live it, not to live it so fast because we miss the moments of things. When you talk to people about music, I had a conversation with somebody and I was having a discussion about Pink Floyd. And I got, who? It's like, wow, I can remember the influence that that had on me, and I can remember the influence that, and I can see the influence that was caused by their music and the music today. But the issue is that what we're focused on is this blinder-like channel. Now, for example, this photograph. I was walking down the street, it's that photograph there, on, I think it's 76th Avenue. And as I was walking down the street, I looked up and I went, no way. All that is two trees in the Chrysler building coming from two branches in the city of New York as I'm walking down the street. And I have people that ask me, is that a temple in Burma? I know you spend a lot of time in Burma. And I go, it's a temple. I mean, it's a monument to incredible creativity, but that's being able to see the world like this, like that, as I'm walking, and allowing myself to have the moment where I stop time until the cop told me to move along, buddy. That's why people named Buddy don't drive or take pictures. Think about it. Hey, buddy! So they're all in their room. My childhood nickname was Buddy, and my wife doesn't know why I don't drive, and then I told her that's why. I don't think she bought that, but it was a good try. Allow yourself to have heroes. Allow yourself to look at the work of others, even if it's your next door neighbor, and be amazed by the way they see the world. Because every one of you in this audience and that audience has a Pulitzer Prize winning photograph in them, an Academy Award winning performance that they can give. Every one, by simply allowing yourself to show that which is important to you. And I think the best way to show that is what's occurring right now in your hands. The beauty of the print, for me, I'm blessed and I live in a house in which from literally molding to molding is nothing but prints. And I get to walk in, and it's not because, oh my God, look at how cool I am, see all these pictures. I get to walk in and go, oh my God, I remember when I took that flower, which I stole off the table of a party that I was at, that my wife, who's an executive producer, was invited to for a colorist, and I saw this flower and I went, that's cool. And I used my very, very special flower holder, the document clip, and I took a picture of that, and that became that, and that's now, I look at that every morning when I wake up, 44 by 36 inches, and I get to have this, it's pretty and the memory at the same time. We, as visual artists, possess a power that no other visual artist possesses. We have the ability to freeze a moment of time forever. We also have a problem that no other visual artist faces, which is if you own a camera, you are a photographer. Buy a cello, see if that magic works. It hasn't worked yet for me. But the power of wielding that lightsaber, the power of being able to control light to capture that moment, is that you have the ability to hold a moment like an expectant breath, like forever. And that power is in the final image. And there is such a profound difference for me as a visual artist between the glowing screen that transmits light and the reflective image that bounces light back. There's just an ineffable quality that don't deny yourself the privilege of experiencing that moment where you get to pull that print and go, wow, there is nothing wrong with you being blown away by the stuff you make. You need to be the first person that is wowed by what it is that you did. There is no, oh, you know, you got a lot of ego in that, buddy. No. Okay, I've been taking pictures for 58 years. Every time I think of that, that just absolutely frightens me. I sold my first picture when I was 9. Okay, started taking my first picture when I was 6 and a half. And I've lived a life of nothing but taking pictures. And when I look at my journey and others that come to it, it doesn't need to be as hard as you choose to make it. Actually, if you stop choosing to make it hard, you will produce the most amazing things and you will have the most amazing experience. Because your camera is the key into a whole world that people walk by and don't see. An interesting plainness is the most difficult thing to achieve. Mies van der Rohe. Probably of the most profound words I've ever read. All of these are interesting plainnesses. That's taking the train from Brooklyn into New York. Now, granted, it took me 2.5 hours to get that shot because I was going, that's cool, I saw it, right? Put the camera up, made it to the front car, positioned myself, brrr, expletive that begins with an S, ends with a T. Get off the train, cross around, get back up, go up 5 stops, brrr, same expletive, but with other expletives. off the train, and did this for 2.5 hours until I could get to, I'm going this way, until I got to the point where, if you look, that's organic. I saw it. I kept seeing that moment, and I kept seeing that moment, and I rode that journey, and I did it in one frame, and it's also my 2 initials in my name. I just think it's, But the point is, that is now timeless. It comes down to when, what era, or this one here, Paris and snow. They are the key elements of any photograph. There are 3 according to Maisel, 4 according to me. The 3 are, according to Jay, light, gesture, and color. Me, light, gesture, color, and timelessness. If you can create the temporal apogee, how's that for a made-up word that sounds like I know what I'm talking about? That's the moment of time where there's neither, it's in motion, but there's a moment before, a moment after, and you've caught the moment in between. If it was a medical term, that would be called equipoise. Equipoise in the heart is there are 4 parts of the heart that are always beating, but there's a moment where all 4 of them are not in motion, but the heart is still in motion, because if it wasn't, well, you'd be dead. And so you want this equipoise. That's an equipoise moment. That's an equipoise moment. That's me tripping over a root and taking the picture as I'm falling down, burying the camera into the flour, into the mud. This is an equipoise moment. That's an equipoise moment, because I was able to capture where they hide, because they weren't aware of me taking their picture, because one of the powers of today's technology is I have an absolutely, utterly silent camera. All I have to do is just stand still and become part of the environment. One of the things the photographer Dwino would do, and it was, you would look at Dwino's work, and if you don't know Dwino, you should look at Dwino, is you would look at his pictures and the backgrounds would be utterly, perfectly framed and breathtakingly beautiful, and everything would be in this motion where time was stopped, and you'd have these just gestures and moments. You go like, you're going to get a job where I say, would you like fries with that? Because I am just not good enough to do this. So as a birthday gift, somebody gave me a book of his collected works, and so I did something guys don't do. I read the instructions, or the introduction. And so I read that, and he says, the secret to my work, and I'm like, go on, is that I find the stage and the players come. And he goes into this description of what he would do is he'd go find a coffee shop, put the tripod down, set the camera up, frame the whole picture, and just sit there. And then stuff would move into this frame. So he had this perfectly framed background, perfectly set up geometrically, and then he would wait for the world to show up. That's one of those moments for me where you go, wow. Talent copies, genius steals. I'm going to steal that. So steal it. Allow yourself to have that. These here, I do a lot of feature film and television. This is from the TV series Eco Challenge. And so my job was to do the cold opens on this. And one of the things I would do were medical rescues. And so this is us saving somebody's life because they, did something not really smart, which is me not doing something really smart by having that job hanging out of a helicopter. But Borneo. Yeah, I got leptospirosis at that one and spent 2 weeks wishing I was not alive. But back to this, it's all about the experience of what you do and what you photograph. Allow yourself to have a glorious and joyous experience when you are capturing an image. Allow yourself to be able to do this. Hold on. There it is. Ready? All photography is an optical illusion. All photography is me deciding where your eye goes. Me deciding, moving it where it is, based on the experience that I had when I took the picture. Every one of these pictures is an optical illusion. Every one of these pictures, based on the way in which you perceive an image, compels you to see the image the way in which I, as the creator of the content, have decided. If I did my job correctly, you won't bust me doing it. And if I did my job correctly, you can't stop looking at it. You will look where I want you to look. What is your job as a photographer when you decide, when you have that moment in life where you went, this is what I want to do to be able to say what it is that I want to say? That there had to be some image where you went, that's cool. I want to do that. Can each and every one of you remember that picture, that moment where, for whatever reason, you decided you wanted to own your own personal camera store? And you know, the quickest way to become a millionaire as a photographer is to start with $8 million. So you have this moment where this compels you. And you have this moment where this is how I want to show the world. This is what I want to see. I want others to see what took me, because these images will outlast me. These images will last until we aren't here, if I did my job correctly. And each one of these images freezes a moment in time. And each one of these images freezes a moment in time in which you can physically touch, which you can physically interact with, and you can interact in a way in which is permanent. In the sense of, it's there for as long as it hangs on the wall. And one of the things that I love is watching people walk into my house and watching which ones stop them dead. That is so much fun to watch, and not from the sense of, look at how cool I am, but like, I'm fascinated by what compels you when you look at a picture, and then I'm really fascinated by the story that they write that has nothing to do with the story that actually happened, but it's fascinating to watch the play based on the interaction that the individual has and the relationship they develop with the physical image. I just am fascinated by it. And I think that because we move at the speed of light instead of the speed of life, we do ourselves a disservice by not allowing both us and the people that look at our pictures to be able to stop by the things that stopped us. And that is truly an important thing I invite you to have. And okay, hold on, everybody. Yeah, raise your right hand. Okay, I'm a Nikon ambassador. So by the power granted to me, I hereby grant you, for the duration of this interaction, you now have photographic immunity. You will not take back pictures so long as we're here. That's what I can do. But here's the thing, I don't believe you can take bad pictures. Let there be less light. You know, with great power comes great responsibility. How'd that happen? All right, so my glasses were getting dark, and now they're not. Give yourself the permission to play. Give yourself the permission to be the artist you believe you are. Because the way you get there is you're traveling a circle in a straight line. See how I tied that in? Okay. All right, smart person. I was going to use another expletive. What the hell do I mean? What the heck do I mean by traveling a circle in a straight line? Every decision you need to make about your image, everyone, absolutely everyone, has to happen where? At moment of capture. Everything. Everything that is about every one of these pictures has to happen, okay, like that. Here's the way that I work. I always take the picture that takes me, boom, and then once it's done, I try to see if I can grab all the parts I think I'm going to need. But the moment that the picture goes, that's that, and then it's like, oh, need the background, I need this, I need that, I need that, and that. Why? Because I'm there, the light's there, everything's the same. I need to make sure that if I need something, I have it, because I'm never going to be able to go back and get it. So every decision I make about the picture has to happen at moment of capture. The more you understand about the middle, how everything works, how a sensor works, why you use that lens it is, what the lens bokeh is, what the lens sharpening signature is, how I'm going to edit it, what I can do with color, all of that, everything. The more you know about the middle, the more informed that decision at the beginning becomes. Because what you want to get yourself into is, in Zen, Japanese Zen Buddhism, the concept's called shibumi, thoughtful, thoughtless thought. The ability to not think about stuff, but do the right thing in the moment like that. Now, it's also called an OODA loop, and there's a whole bunch of other stuff that talks about this. But the whole thing that you want to do here is the more you know, and the more you can have the subconscious mind handle at point of capture, the more you can spend time paying attention here. The thing I love about technology, and what you have to be careful about, is not to allow technology to take the picture, but you to use technology to have the picture take you, is, yes, I do use autofocus. Yes, I do use targeting eye autofocus with the little square and all that stuff. Why? Because I can pay attention to this and that. And the camera is doing heavy lifting at a level I can't do. So that what I can do is have the moment take me, so that I'm like a fighter pilot. I have the 6 things that I can do consciously, maybe 7, but there are the thousands of things that I can do unconsciously that if they become important, then become into consciousness. So the more you know about the middle, the more informed your decisions can be at point of capture, because everything that you are doing is in service of this, the final image. This. The picture in which every one of you got. But what's the picture in service of? You ever ask yourself that question? Why am I doing this? What's this image in service of? Simple. Your voice. Which happened where? At point of capture. So yes, you are traveling this circle, taking the picture, this, to here, but you're doing it in a straight line. Now, do you believe that you can teach creativity? How many people think that one can teach creativity? It's you and me, huh? Oh, you, me, you, and me. Yes, you can. Or what you can do is you can teach the ability to create an environment in which you can become creative. Unfortunately, and fortunately, those words aren't mine. They're John Cleese's. If you want to have one of the most amazing reads, and it's only this thick, and the book's about that big, it's a book called, wait for it, Creativity. Creative title. He posits that the more you know, become a know-it-all, and I agree with him, the better you will become at what you do. You don't want to become you want to be all-knowing, not a know-it-all. Well, you know, those people, where you want to go, really? Come a little closer. To the moon, to the moon. You want to become somebody that you know everything about the field that is important to you. In this instance, it's the metaphor of your expression, which is photography. Because the more you know, the better off you will be in being able to not have to shout. Technique is the language of creating. Technique is the framework of the poetry that we use to be able to create. And the better your technique is, the less you have to shout for your voice to be heard. And what you want to be able to have is you want to be able to have your work be not at a, hey buddy, what's going on, huh? Look at this. But be at a point where it's this, where it's just above a whisper because people will hear it. Technique allows your voice not to have to shout. If you don't have technique, you really have to have a lot of gesture in your work to be able to be heard. But with technique, you can have subtlety. With understanding how the eye works, you can have control. It's the biomechanics of human vision that is more important than, I think, than understanding 17th century painting theory. It is understanding what is looking at your images and the way the eye will track that is the compelling thing in an image. And once you understand that magic, you can create the optical illusion of, look here, boom. Like here, watch this, my favorite one. Okay, you see this penny? What hand's it in? This one? There was no penny. Okay, but you saw. And why you saw it was simple. Area of attack, look here. Area of retreat, don't look here, rest here. Area of attack, when I say which hand? Oh, this one? In an image, area of attack, area of retreat. Where the eye is grabbed, where the eye rests, where it comes back to where it grabs. If you can make that journey work, what happens is you can make it so that the eye is compelled to look at the picture. For example, this one here. This is the area of retreat. This is the area of attack. And what I want you to do is here, there, here, there, here, there, here, there. These colors are warmer and more saturated than this color, which are warmer and more saturated than these colors. Warm colors move forward in an image. It's an optical illusion. If I stack these in a way in which it's just below the threshold of, hey buddy, you did something in Photoshop, didn't you? If I can get it to the point where that question is a question of wonder instead of an accusation, I've controlled where your eye goes. I have made it so that when you look at the picture, what you see is much shorter now. In this image here, I've chosen to spiral your eye this way. This actually is the sharpest, most contrasty, most saturated part of the image, and these are sharper that way. But until I point that out, you won't see it, but your eye does. With your eye being able to do that, and my ability to control that, what I can control is the illusion that is my image that you look at. And if I do my job correctly, if you're in the buying mode, the longer I make hang time, the higher likelihood I have of you walking away with it. If I'm trying to move you to see the pretty that I saw in the world, the longer I can make you look at the picture, the longer I can hold you in your spot, the more that message will be compelled to you. You picked up a camera because you want to say something, right? You didn't pick up a camera because, oh, look, kittens. You picked up and I'm a cat person, so, you know, you too? You had 8? I'm down to 2, and that's sometimes 4 too many. Yes, I have 2 cats, Gianni and Valentino. The reason why Gianni got his name is I am tired of, are you any relation? Now I get to say, yeah, he lives with me. And Valentino, well, you know, it's a pretty name. So, I digress. Back to this. You got into this because you wanted to say something. This is the world that I see. These moments are important. I think that as photographers, as visual artists, it's actually incumbent upon us to record the pretty of the world so that those that choose not to see it are forced to see it. Because that picture, if you do your job correctly, that took you, will take somebody else. And if you can stop somebody dead in their tracks, and for that moment go, hey, you know, the planet that you're kind of messing with, see how pretty it is? See how gorgeous the creativity of humanity is? That man created the most beautiful building in the city of New York, and that's the last thing he ever built. This is heirloom tomatoes from a farmer's market. That's me killing a plant. That's me taking a train. That's me watching musicians thinking I'm not watching them. This is another one of these flower things. This is one of my favorite moments ever, this one here. This is Shia. And for 10 years, I wanted to photograph this man at B&H. 10 years. And finally, I caught him in the coat room and I said, Shia, can I take your picture? And he looks at me and goes, what are you going to do with it? What do you mean? Are you going to do good? And I went, well, yeah, so nothing bad. And I went, yeah. And he went, okay, 1 frame, and then walked away. What I can tell you about this moment was when I was putting a camera in front of my face, this man looked straight through me. And I remember going, gee, and then he walked away and the moment was gone. But in that moment when I was looking through the camera, I really felt it go, bam. that sits in my studio and he stares at me anytime I work, and really what it is for me is, remember, do good, you're doing good, and it was, yeah. And he has a beautiful story, and it's not my place to tell, but knowing what I know of this man's journey, it was an honor to be in that moment where he looked through me. He had one of the sweetest spirits in the world, and I got to take a picture of it. This one was, I was in a cab in Havana, and I'm driving down the road, and I see this, okay? So I see this starting to come to this moment, and I yell, "Stop the cab!" The guy hits the brakes, camera up, boom, he goes, What? Did I hit somebody? No. What? And you can just watch this poor guy, you know. It's like, no, you can go. What? It's like, it was a cool picture. And I don't know what it is that he said to me in Spanish, but I know it wasn't polite. Okay, this one. I'll get to that one in a second. This one. What building is this? Do you know why it's called the Flatiron Building? Nope. First building in the United States. Pardon? Oh, first building in the United States built with flat iron. That's why it's called the Flatiron Building. I saw this picture, and it looked like the clouds were going to open up, and I was about to hear Noah. And I'm sitting here framing it, and I'm going, And then I'm moving a little bit closer. Now I'm in the street. Now I'm in the middle of the street, at which point I hear, "Hey, buddy," from a cop. Expletive, what are you expletive doing, you expletive idiot in the expletive street? Pulling the ticket book out, right? At which point, the weather command smiled on me and dumped rain out of the clouds. He ran one way, I ran the other, did not get the ticket, got this picture, one shot to answer your question, not focus stacked. There were 137, if memory serves correct, air conditioners. Do you see them? That's why I know there's 137 of them. Removed all the air conditioners because what I wanted to do in this image was to take you back to when this building was like they just cut the ribbon. So I wanted to create a when. I wanted to create a when. One of the things that I've observed over the years is timelessness in the city occurs 4 stories and above. 4 stories, the bottom of the 4th floor, the top of the 3rd floor is where all the banners end that tells you whatever thing that's happening in the city happens. And all the new buildings, and the old buildings, the new stores, that's where they all end. Everything happens above. So what I am doing from here is I'm on the 9th floor, shooting down to the 4th floor. And I created a when. Now, yes, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, and I think 6 different things of snow. And the reason for that is, when we watch snow, what do we see when we see a snowstorm? And we see, oh my God, look at this. Well, when you're shooting at 125th of a second, what you get is nothing over here. So it's, and then you go, okay, I now have a blizzard. I'm not capturing, in this image, I'm not having to follow the rules of photojournalism. I'm having to follow the rules of my heart. Okay? I'm having to follow the rules of the moment that took me. That's what it is that I'm following. And what I remember is the snow moving in Paris, because it never snows in Paris, let alone blizzards. Now, when you look at this picture, I would suspect you all write some sort of play that has some sort of, beautiful yada, yada, yada. The soundtrack to this picture was a bunch of French people screaming at each other and the sound of crashing cars into each other because they don't know how to drive in the snow. So I'm sitting on a balcony of a hotel with a tripod taking the picture and hearing, so for me, I see this and I have one story. And for you, when you see this, you have whatever story you decide you're going to have with it, which I think is an absolute joy to watch. I love watching people tell me what the picture's about. One of my favorite things that I remember reading years ago was the Rolling Stone did a review of Paul Simon's song Graceland and that whole album that was on. And the guy just went on and on and on about how Graceland was a discussion of man's monumental inhumanity to man and the impotent beauty of his interaction and the social separation, and on and on and on. And Paul Simon, in the next issue, wrote a response. He says, I really appreciate the review and I'm glad that you liked the song. However, Graceland is a song that I wrote to my son about the trip that I took him to Graceland for his birthday. And see, all these things were the moments that we remember. Graceland, Graceland, Tennessee, I'm going to Graceland. You know, we will be received, and we're talking about how, and if you look at it in the context with the lens of, this is with my son and I'm writing him a song so that I can immortalize this moment as my gift to him versus, and then man's monumental inhumanity to man and the interaction of the interpersonal. I just sat there and it was like, wow. Just wow. And that's the beauty of photography that you all get to do. You can watch the story that people write. There's a picture in here somewhere where, and you can watch the moment that you remember. I have a picture in here that is called Morning Has Broken, and it's M-O-U-R has broken. Morning has broken. And how it got its name was listening to all of the stories that people go, oh my God, how did you get to go there? Go where? Well, they're obviously in a divorce and your photograph, oh, go on. Oh my God, you shot that outside of a funeral. How did that happen? Go on. And what it was I had a D1 camera and I'm doing all these shots to show off how cool digital is. And I had to change the battery because the battery died. Took the battery out and we're in a train station. And I dressed them up in 1940s costumes. So I have the model and the actress that we're shooting, and so the model, the male model, is sitting on the bench and he's flicking lint. He looks down, oh, I got lint on my pants, and he's just flicking it off. And the female model is looking out the window, dial toning, watching the train go by. So she's just, boop. And as I turn the camera on, my finger hits the button, and the picture apparently took itself because nothing was happening. Absolutely nothing was happening. And it was that image for me where I realized a couple of things. One, I shouldn't be in my pictures because I didn't take the picture. There's no ego in it. Two, the pictures should take itself, not me take it. And three, I love watching what people have to say about stuff. There's literally nothing going on in the picture. It's like a Seinfeld picture. It's a picture about nothing. And the amount of something that people will fill that void with is utterly amazing to me. And if you give yourself permission to be taken by a photograph, and if you can get yourself to the point where you're just not in them, you may surround them. I've never been accused of being a man of small ego, but I can promise you, my ego is not in my pictures. I'm very proud of them, some more than others. I always get a kick out of people, what's your favorite? It's like, you want me to pick my favorite child? I mean, if it made it this far, obviously I liked it, right? You know, so this one. Cool, huh? 23 pictures. Why this is 23 pictures is that I had a 200 millimeter lens and I wanted to get the angle of view of a 28 millimeter lens. One. Two, I was asked by a company to do a picture this big with a Z or D50 camera, I think 5 megapixel camera. I had to make it 44 by 36 inches with a 5 megapixel camera. And go. So I saw this, and I hate cold rain. Hate cold rain. And I'm underneath a tree, and I'm being poured on, and we drove far enough away so that I could get this picture with this angle of view at 200 millimeters. That frame, that frame, that frame, and I just went da 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 da. Couple of things that I learned. One, if your camera has a foot, the lens has a foot, that's actually the nodal point of the lens. What that means is that if you know where the nodal point of the lens is, if you do this, if you have two lines, they'll go like that versus 1. 2, if it's 23 pictures at 5.5 megapixels, really, how many megapixels is it effectively? Okay, so I'm sitting at, was it Photo Plus East? Yeah, I think it was Photo Plus East, and I'm signing pictures, and people are going, my God, what camera did you use to shoot that? Oh, yeah, D50. D50? How did you get it to do that? Well, you don't understand resolution like I do, which is, I can't get it. But I can get it if I have 23 images. So here's the other lesson that I got, besides I'll never do that again, because it took me 4 days to put the thing together. Where did I start? And where did I end? What was the first picture I took? What was the last picture I took? Sky. Okay, why? Because it's going to move. So when you do this picture, these are the things that I learned while freezing my posterior off underneath a tree being rained upon, is this ain't going anywhere, this is going somewhere. So I started with the things that are going somewhere because this ain't going anywhere. 1. 2, well, how do you know when you ended? I took a picture of my hand. So I'm going this way, down, boom. Now I'm going this way, back, and this way and this way. So I built into the picture when I was shooting the note to myself of how to manipulate the picture. Then, getting back to this, we'll use this. I wanted to create the illusion of it moving forward and having depth. Warm colors move forward in an image, cool colors recede. So if you take a look at this, take a look at this. These are the warmest, most saturated parts of the picture, and then these become less and less and less to the back to where they become neutral, so I can create that sensation of a valley. The hardest edge in this picture, the church, which brings up another important understanding of what it is that you're doing. Patterns are interesting. We love patterns, but a pattern interrupted is considerably more interesting. So I have the pattern of the organic aspects of the image interrupted by the inorganic building that your eye goes to. Because if you take the building out of the picture, it just looks like a jigsaw puzzle. You put the church into the picture, it looks like a better jigsaw. That's my jigsaw puzzle picture. That's what I see when I look at it. Also, I love the picture, and I love the story of, how'd you do that picture? You don't understand resolution like I do. Well, I just knew that I couldn't get what I wanted with 5.5 megapixels, but I know that I can get what I wanted with this. So I invite you to play. I invite you to enjoy your work. I challenge you to make compelling images. And the reason why I challenge you to make compelling images and be taken by your pictures is because if you do that, you will own your heart, your soul in every image, and you will control the way in which people see your pictures because you choose to have them seen the way you want them seen. And this is just something that we don't give ourselves. We don't give ourselves permission. I invite you to have heroes. I invite you to look at other people's work. I invite you to slow down, to be moved by the pictures in such a way that when you're done, you can go, wow, that's cool. When you look at your pictures, you can go, wow, that's cool. Here's another thing that I hope you see in my work, that light is the most important thing in these pictures. I would rather have a picture of laundry beautifully lit than a picture of the Taj Mahal poorly lit. Light is the jewel of the image. Light is what we write with. Not my idea, wish it was. It's Mazel's idea, but talent copies, genius steals. View light as if it is a solid object. That your subject interrupts the light. It may not be, and we can argue the physics, we can do that. I've gotten into arguments with people. I did a presentation up at Stanford, and oh my God. You know it's not solid. Yes, I know it's not solid. Well, then why did you say that? Just go with me. That light is what you play with, and if it's pretty, you can have the most amazing pictures. One of the reasons why I shoot infrared is how frequently do we find really bad light in our work? Being most of the time. Can you hand me that picture right there? I think it was 2011 or 12. I was asked to do an article on my book called From Oz to Kansas. And two stories about this that are important. One, this is a cool shot, right? The worst light in the world. This is infrared. Because the worst light in the world is the best light in the world for infrared. Because there's almost twice as much infrared as there is visible spectrum. There's more infrared light than there is visible spectrum light. So if I have a modified camera that shoots infrared. So when I have really bad light, that's great, because infrared really likes that. So back to this. So I get asked to do this piece, this fluff piece on my book. Of course, I'll take it. In the New York Times. Cool. You know, can't wait to tell my father. You know, he's a New Yorker. At the end of the year, I get this phone call from the New York Times, from the editor saying, anytime you want to do a picture, a story, you can. I go, why? Because mine was like the most viewed picture of that year. It's good. It's not that good. Okay, so there's a concept called the truth in the lie. There's always a little bit of lie in a truth, and there's always a little bit of truth in a lie. That truth is, this is one of the most viewed pictures they had. The lie in that truth is, why? It was the only photograph on Steve Jobs' page of his obituary. Think about this. How many high school students write papers about Steve Jobs? And where's the first place they're going to go? Okay? How many graduate students talking about something are going to write a thesis paper and or something? And what's the first place they're going to go? I'll take it. Important thing to know when you're working with your pictures is you need to not believe your own rhetoric, okay? You may go out there and be your best ad campaign marketing person, but know what is fertilizer about what it is that you're saying and know why that flower is growing. If you start believing your own PR, not a good idea. So always know where the lie and the truth is, and always try to tell the truth as much as possible. And in your work, let your work be the most truthful thing about you. That last picture, the woman was 80 years old in India. I was absolutely floored. That was the most beautiful musculature on a back I had ever seen. And she was like pulling some down. I was like, wow, boom. This one here is 8 pictures. Because you can't get all those water droplets in focus. But you see it that way, don't you? And since it's a geometric of wall art, that's one picture going, wow, that's cool, boom, on a bus. So giving yourself permission to play, giving yourself permission to create images that move the audience, these are the things that are your right to have. Owning your picture is yours right to have. And don't let anybody tell you different. And if somebody does tell you different, give them my email address. I'll beat them up for you. Pick on somebody your own size. Try me. Because you have the right to create beauty. You have the right to be happy with your work. I mean, I'm always amazed at people that just eat their livers about this stuff, you know? It's like, so let me see if I have this right. Life is already tough as it is, and so you're going to pick as a hobby something in which you're going to beat yourself up over. Wow. Don't do that. Okay? The biggest critic you have is sitting in the same chair you are. Stop doing that. Let this be the most joyous experience you have. Let this be honoring the most precious thing you have, which is the time in which you're not working for somebody to generate revenue so that you can have that time. It's not spare or free. It's the most precious there is. You don't walk around the street with a Quiznos cup asking for 15 minutes. You got a quarter hour? Got a quarter? You can't. But what you get is these moments are important. Honor those moments. The opportunity that you have to walk through the world and be taken by the world. Oh, this one's great. Okay? I traveled 8 hours by car, 8 hours by boat, 3 hours by car, 8 hours by boat to get to the village of the tattooed-faced women in Myanmar. By the time I got there, and went through a monsoon and the boat almost sunk twice. By the time I got there, it was like, I'm photographing me some pictures of tattooed-faced women. So I walk in this village and it's completely empty. And then I hear this voice like a bell. If you'd like to take my picture, you can, with this beautiful British accent on top of this Burmese accent. And parents didn't have any idiots. Look up. And there's this woman looking down at me, and she is her just very, very dark skin brown, this really, really beautiful colored skin tone, and you can faintly see the tattoos in her face. He says, you can take my picture if you want to. I can't come down because I hurt my leg. And I went, okay. So I put my camera up, and what I get is that, and I look at her and I go, really? And she looks at me and goes, oh, come on. And then she starts laughing. Now, the beauty of infrared was that infrared saw those tattoos because the reason why the level of pigment in an area that's highly sunny exists is to protect the skin. Well, that means it's reflecting what? The infrared. The tattoos are doing what? Okay, absorbing it. So what happens is, because the light's being reflected, the camera records it as white. Because it's not being reflected, the camera records it as dark. So what wound up happening is, it came out. There's a magic in infrared that blows me away. It's a world we don't see, but it's right there when we're looking at it. And I am frequently amazed at the differential between visible spectrum and infrared spectrum when I'm photographing the same thing at the same time. Was he in here twice? Or it was just longer than I had anticipated? Okay, here's the other problem is, frequently I'll do a black and white and I don't know which one I like better, which is great. Now I have two pictures. And he's same guy. And actually right there, how about that? Timing. And all of this is photographing musicians in an abandoned building and allowing the ambient light to come through and just enjoying the conversation while other people are talking to the subjects because they don't think I'm taking their picture. So what I get is the subject hiding in the camera. Let's think about that for a second. When you go to a play or a movie, when you go to a play, who are the applause for? The actors or you? How many people say actors? How many people say you? One. Okay. How many people think it's stupid to raise your hand? All right. The applause are for you. Why we applaud is for emotional dissipation. We can't handle containing how we felt when we suspended disbelief when we watched the story. So I got to get this out of me. One of the things that you do when you study acting is if you have too emotional of a moment, the instructor will have you, jump it out, jump up and down, clap, get it out. So let's go to a movie, shall we? The movie's over and you applaud. Who are you applauding for? They ain't there. You're applauding for you because they moved you. Because what they were able to do is hide in the camera. Everybody hides from everybody. That's what we do. Okay? The secret is being able to capture that which it is that people hide. So, character A, character B, okay, is on stage. I'm going to hide in the audience. What does that mean? It means this. Character A is in love with, was it A? Yeah, this is going to be A. Character A is in love with character B, but is too shy to tell character A. I'm going to put that here. So the audience goes, oh, tell him, tell him. However, character B, descending chords downward, is an axe murderer. And character B's entire MO is to get you to fall in love with him and then he whacks your head off. Okay, he hides that in the audience. So what do? Don't tell him, no, no. Okay, in a movie, where's the audience? The camera. In a photograph, where's the audience? In a camera. Okay, so the secret is to be able to let the subject hide in the camera. How do you accomplish this task? Well, I'll tell you. You need to not be the busiest thing. In Zen Buddhism, there's a saying called, the hummingbird lands on the stillest branch. You need to be the stillest branch so that that can land, that can hide. That's what you need to do. I do something called conversational portraiture, which is the sneakiest little trick. Let me give it to you. I have a noiseless camera, correct? I have a remote. That remote's in my pocket. And then I'll have a conversation with you where, oh, yeah, how's it going, you know? So, click, 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 click. Then I'll say some stupid thing or sing some silly song, and you're looking at me going, this guy's an idiot, and when is he going to take the pictures? Click, 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 click. So what I've got is, what? And then, oh, spontaneous laugh. And then when I'm all done, I will hear the first time I do this, are you ever going to take a picture? Well, we're done. What do you mean we're done? I've filled the card. You filled the what? Because they have no idea that their picture is being taken. They don't think to put up that. And my favorite cheesy pose with the clipboard. They don't think to do that because they don't know that their picture's taken, so they don't think that they have to hide. So that's what you want to do. You want to create pictures where you allow the subject to hide in the camera. The other thing is, a photograph doesn't really happen there, it doesn't really happen here, it happens in the space between. And if I can put a camera in between this interaction, you do something which causes me to do something, which causes you to do something, which causes me to do something, and if I can click that during that journey, that flipping back and forth, what I can create are the most compelling pictures. Look at pictures as if they're geometry. One of the things that happens is we get taken by a picture and go, oh. Great, take that picture. Now that you have that picture, start looking at the geometry of that picture. See how I brought that in just for you? Just for you, I'm talking about geometry. So that what you can get is the geometry and the gesture and the flow and the play with light and dark and contrast and control, so that what you have is all of those elements at once, in which when you're done is an interesting plainness. That's 4 photographs. That's 1 photograph. That's the hands of the last war chief of the Navajo tribe at 101 years old. And I remember seeing those hands and going, damn, those are cool. Bam. So I have to end this talk because I have I've got the hook back there, right? That's you. You're the hook. 2 minutes. Okay. Are there any questions before I send you on your way? Sir. My infrared. I have a Z9 for infrared and a Z9 for visible spectrum. I can't tell you who. Can I tell them who? Where'd he go? I use Kalari Vision. And what I do is, no matter whose company you use, the beauty of mirrorless is a better choice than a mirrored camera, because you can put the filter behind the lens, not in front of the lens. You can also make it so that if you need to, with these interchangeable filters, I can bring the camera back to visible spectrum. So when I need two cameras, I just drop in the dark mirror for visible, that clips the infrared and brings it back to visible spectrum. The thing to keep in mind is that if you do this, you void the warranty. Which I'll tell you is a gasping moment on a $5,000 camera. It gets your attention. But mirrorless is better than DSLRs for infrared because you're focusing off the sensor, because IR focuses at a different point than visible spectrum. The other thing that you want is you want as many megapixels to do infrared as you can get, because you lose half of the information in the green channel, because green in infrared is just luminance. It's the red and blue channels that have the most amount of change. And there's twice as much green data as there is red and blue. Pardon? There is no infrared. Just like there's no easy button, there is no IR button. It's a definite get your attention. So I have to send you all home. My email address is this, vincent@versacephotography.com. If you have a question, please feel free to send me an email. If I don't answer you in a timely manner, you start harassing me until I answer it. I'm okay with that. But do bear in mind that on this journey, I'm going to Cuba tomorrow. And then from Cuba, I'm going to Portugal, and I won't be back in the United States until the 28th. So if I'm a little slow getting back to you, that's why.
Let's hear it for Vincent. Thank you.
And I want you to look at this here, because see how I...
Good warm-up back. Thanks, Vincent.
My job, man. gainer God, not you. And then
That's pretty funny.
Welcome back. We're jumping into the next presentation, but I wanted to have a quick note about our repeat speakers who have been to Optic before. And I think you must hold the title for the most Optic talks, and we're very honored for that. So from East Coast to now West Coast, and wherever we end up next, we really hope Ralph will be there. So enjoy the presentation.
Thank you. Is my microphone on? Can you hear me? All right. Thank you. And welcome. And if you're in the room or out there in virtual land, there's only a few seats left here in the lecture hall, but welcome. Yeah, my name's Ralph Lee Hopkins, and I was one of the founders of the Optic back in the day. I don't know, was it 7 years ago? I work with Lindblad Expeditions. I'm the director of photography for Lindblad Expeditions. But I go both ways because I also work with National Geographic. So when I'm on board, I'm that geo expert, but I run the program behind the scene. I'm threatening to retire, but my dad says, retire from what? So you're going to see, and I'm just holding this in my hand to remind me to tell you that we do have a table there that has a few brochures left, but expeditions.com, because we have to keep our sponsors happy. So with that, I just want to say, I am honored to be here for Optic West. It's been a great success. I think it's going to happen again if the buzz behind the scenes is correct. And then the other groups that I work with, Natural Habitat Adventures that does two of the trips here are from Natural Habitat. Small group photo trips, 8 to 10 to 12 people around the world. National Geographic Expeditions that does expeditions around the world, many of them with us on the Lindblad ships that are named National Geographic. And then I am an OM, aka Olympus photographer. I defected from the other system, so we'll talk about that. So we have a fleet of ships, and don't hate me, but every picture that I'm going to show you today is from this year. A lot of times, and I think it's more of a help to see something the way we work during the year, because you say you want to be a travel photographer, and then when the reality of leaving home for 5-6 months a year, it's a little different. But this is the fleet of ships, just real quickly, from 148 guests to 48 guests that go around the world. This has been my schedule for the last 33 years. And so a lot what I do on board, in addition to teaching photography, is capturing the moments that hopefully will inspire you and everyone else to want to go out and see wild places. So I've had over 100 covers over the years. This is my timeline for cameras through my career. I played around with a Brownie in junior high, but my younger brother actually became the photographer. My dad built him a darkroom, and I was an athlete, so he was photographing me, and then also big pumpkins for the school, for the newspapers. I taught myself photography with a 4x5, Graflex Crown Graphic. Bought it in Richfield, Utah for $125. The road to ruin, because I'm a geologist by training. I did get my master's in geology, studying in the Grand Canyon. Great place for a photographer. When I started traveling on ships, I downsized to medium format Pentax. Some of you won't remember this, you're too young looking out there. This is the film days. So that was coming down there, but it was all it was all manual focus, manual exposure, you know, taking your light reading off the gray deck of a ship so you can come back and photograph a polar bear, because, I mean, this digital is crazy. What's going on? Oh, you didn't get any messages yet. Then I went Canon for years. Actually, there was a Nikon time, but I didn't save my Nikon camera, so there is a Nikon in there. Went to Canon, and now, for the last couple of years, I've been shooting OM, which is AKA Olympus. Now, I don't know how many of you came kicking and screaming to digital, but I had an editor tell me when digital started, because I proposed a digital story, and he said, if I have to deal with digital, I hope I'm retired by the time I have to deal with it. He was. The next year, he retired, and he went digital. But the digital advantages, and again, for those of you who shot film, I mean, when we used to go on expeditions, we would take 100 rolls, 36 exposures. That's 3,600 frames for a month. Some of you do that in a day now. Autofocus and tracking. Oh my God, what a new world. And then this whole thing about auto ISO and letting ISO be the fluctuating thing. We used to push film from 100 to 400 back in the day to get those tough scenes. So this is, and then you can do things like this. This is the most amazing cloud I've ever seen. Again, remember, every picture is from this year. This was in January. And it's a vertical stitch. I shot it vertically. The iPhone nailed it the first time. To do it with your other camera, you go overlap a third, and then you do it in post. So there's just things now in the digital world. So what I want to talk to you about is getting familiar with your cameras. The reason, when you get to be my age, you don't want to carry as much gear. So Olympus cameras are smaller. So I'm shooting with my 600 millimeter there in the background. Now there is a little, this is like kind of holding the fish up, but still, he's got a 600 millimeter fixed there. A third of it's the sunshade, but we won't hold that against him, but that's the Canon 600. So that's the difference that you're dealing with. So this is my camera bag. And yeah, it fits all this stuff in there. Although those Momentum bags, if you haven't checked those out yet, those are some of the best designed bags. So in my bag, pretty much now my go-to is two camera bodies, the M1X and the OM1. And then you got to have zooms the way to go now. I mean, it used to be, of course, that fixed focal lengths were sharper, but Olympus makes microscopes. So does Nikon and so does Canon. These guys are good at optics. Zoom lenses are great. So that's what I carry. So my go-tos are 100 to 400 for most work, 70 to 150, and like 12 to 200. But this is times 2. In the 4/3 system, it's like having a doubler in there. But the way I say it is, Olympus is a full-frame sensor. It's just smaller. And it's engineered for that smaller. Weather-sealed image stabilization, autofocus, doing what I do in travel photography and wildlife, I couldn't live without it being weather-sealed now. I'll wipe it down, but no longer do I keep my camera in any kind of bag in bad weather. If it's pouring rain, I'm going to go have coffee. But the other things about the OM, and this is the last thing I'll say about the technical side, I want to get this out of the way first, because the whole thing about enjoying your experience and making better images is being familiar with your camera, getting the muscle memory, and switching camera systems. I had my travelers in my workshops teaching me about my camera. I did exactly what you shouldn't do, is buy a new camera before going on a trip. So, but an ND filter in the camera that does it computationally, kind of the way the iPhone works. So it doesn't blow out your highlights. It's not like just darkening it. It's putting together frames in the camera. Live composite, I can watch, well, the camera focuses on the stars, and then I can watch the star trails on my LCD and say, okay, that's enough, click, and then it processes it and spits out a RAW. How do you do that stuff? Really good engineers. Pro capture, where I can buffer, waiting for the whale to come up, focus on a point, it buffers, then the whale comes up, then I go click, and it captures everything. You can set it to how many frames before your subject came up, so that's kind of a fun thing for birds taking off. Of course, time lapse, focus stacking, and it'll do high res shooting by shifting the sensor. So for a landscape photographer, you can put it on, you can actually get up to 80 megapixel. You can buy stock in the digital, the chip companies, especially now, they're way down because storage, how much more are we gonna shoot? 80 megapixels a picture, it's crazy. And then of course you can customize, and so whatever camera system you're shooting, make sure you customize your buttons so that you are in control. You know how to change the focus point, how to work with all your settings so you can do it in the dark. All right, so let's get to looking at images. The photographer's mantra, if you distill it all down, and there's books written on this stuff, right? How many photography books are there out there? But it's about light, composition, and moment. You heard Liam up here yesterday, and he said, no light is bad light for me. He's got to shoot in every kind of light. You know, it's like you're going to shoot different stuff. Cloudy light's great for portraits. It's great for shooting in the forest. You don't want to go in the forest on a dapple sunny day, maybe, right? Composition, how are you going to frame? You're in control of where you point your camera. Ansel Adams, fairly famous guy in his day, said you want to make better pictures, or making better pictures or making good photographs is about knowing where to stand. I say if you want to make better pictures, stand in front of more interesting things, right? So composition, and then moment. If you can get that trifecta, something that, and it can be just light, it can be the birds. This is a southern fulmar. We saw northern fulmars today, dragging its wings just a little bit, and because of the water and the composition, your eye dances around, and folks have talked a lot about composition. When your eye moves around an image, that's what makes a strong image. So we're going to start out by going south. It's January, so if you'll just take a deep breath and we'll do some travel and just look at, you guys want to look at some pictures, some images? Penguins. Now, polar bears are in the north, penguins are in the south, but they're also at the equator. But I'm just going to talk about further south. We did what was called an epic, it's been a tough year, 2 years, almost 3 years now in the travel business. We were supposed to go to New Zealand through the Ross Sea, but instead we did this epic Antarctic trip, and that's our new ship, the National Geographic Endurance. Takes 118 guests, but instead of going south to New Zealand through the Ross Sea, we did this arc around, which is actually a plate tectonic plate. You can see that part of the ocean that extends all the way to the South Sandwich Islands, and that's a volcanic island chain. And that was the first time I had ever been there, and a lot of the staff, and certainly all the guests on board, had never been to South Sandwich. South Georgia, which is this beautiful sub-Antarctic island, which is like the Serengeti of the Antarctic. So many animals, birds that can't fly, which are called penguins. And then the Antarctic Peninsula, and then the Falklands, which are often overlooked. So we'll just click through a few things here. We have a saying in the business, the first time you go to Antarctica, you go for the penguins, but when you go back, you go for the ice. And so I'm addicted to ice. I dream of ice. The explorers called it polar fever. They had to go back. And then, of course, the starburst. When you get, and this is where normal people will see a beautiful, clear, sunny day and say, oh, it's the perfect day for pictures. I want some clouds. I want something else. But the way I mess with that, and it's kind of become it's more of a joke than a trademark, is the sunburst, right? When you have a crystal clear blue sky and you have a nice wide angle lens and you can stop it down to f/22 or pinch it against something and maybe even an iceberg. I like to play around with black and white in post. It's not infrared. We can make it look that way though, if you wanted it. But combining elements, having white ice or at least light gray ice, and then clouds and something else. So maybe there's not a moment in here other than to say that, oh my God, those clouds are pretty cool. Yes, there will be weather. I love days like this. There's no bad weather, there's just bad expedition gear. So you want to be ready. And I love using flip over mitts. So they have, what are those called? Miller mitts inside, and then a flip over mitten over the top, and then I put in a chemical warmer in the mitten part, and my hands are toasty. Some of the fly fishing companies sell those. So if you're ready, you can work in this kind of thing, but that was a little bit too much. Yeah, everyone loves penguins. And to see penguins as far as the eye can see, most of these are Adelie penguins, but there's a couple of red beaks in there. There's always these imposters. We're at an Adelie colony, but there were some gentoos, so sharp eyes can probably pick out some orange beak gentoo penguins. A little harder to find the gentoos here. The challenge with shooting penguins and anything in flocks is that where do you end the frame? You're always cutting off a penguin in these colonies, right? So there's penguins from edge to edge. So what do? You just you can play around with cropping later. And I guess the hardest thing that I struggle with in photography, have you ever been frustrated in photography? It's kind of part of the creative process, is that I shoot too tight. And why do I shoot too tight? Because in shooting slide film, your composition was the frame when it got mounted. And then if you were submitting stuff, you'd put this little silver tape that kind of tried to show your crop, and all you were telling the editor is that you missed it. You should have done it a different way. And especially since I'm shooting 4/3, so on this screen here, it's cropped. You'll see some that have black lines on the side. This is 16:9. So it's cropped to 16:9 to fit the screen. So that's what you struggle with. So how do you work with that? You look for patterns. You look for, and there's two types of penguins. This is a joke. The white one's coming towards you, and the black one's going away. In this case, they're Adelie. They have these beautiful eye rings. So you do actually have to, and I know again, you need to know your camera. How do you shoot in this situation? You need to purposely overexpose. Typically one stop, sometimes even a little more than one stop to keep the whites white. Keep your histogram to the right. Add light to light. That's the way I remember it. Add light to light, keep the histogram to the right, because the gurus will tell you, and the guru is talking right now in the other room, Scott Kelby, he'll tell you that most of your color information is captured on the right-hand side of your sensor. So if you're always shooting dark and your pictures look better, especially with mirrorless, when you underexpose, they look better in your camera underexposed, but then you get it on your computer like, what was I doing? And then you keep having to adjust in post. So shoot hot and bright is my recommendation, but it doesn't look as beautiful through the camera. And then if you can find isolated, so anytime you can find isolated birds, especially with patterns, overlapping wings out, or we like to say separation. You wait for them to separate. And then if you can have one animal or one person or one or whatever it is you're shooting that's out of step or doing something else or looking the other way, and we almost have that here with the fourth one from the left. It's like, what am I doing here? So we got out to the South Sandwich Islands, and these islands have the worst weather pretty much in the world out here in the Southern Ocean. We got there on a day that we could do something actually, and we saw the tops of each one of these islands are active volcanoes. It's not like Hawaii where it's a hot spot going over a plate where the islanders are going dormant and then there's only the active ones on the front. In this case, they're all pretty much active volcanoes because it's a plate going beneath another plate. You're in the subduction zone, but the incredible rocks and colors of rocks. So we'll get out in the zodiacs and go explore and photograph and look for birds and wildlife. The thing about this island was Oh, and yeah, here's just an abstract of, remember, I'm addicted to ice, so you're going to see some ice photos. The ice with the red cinders, the red rocks, so you're seeing the geologic history here of this explosive volcano. But what this island was unique for are penguins that were like climbers. Even though they could go to a beach and go up to their colony, for some reason, they went to this other beach and then hiked across the cinders, and then the ones on the left are going to the colony, and the ones on the right are coming back from the colony. So these marching penguins is what was famous about this island. The next island we went to, in this island chain, had a fairly recent eruption, and when the eruption, so you have ice and glaciers, eruption happens, the cinders get incorporated in the ice, but ice is like a metamorphic rock. It flows plastically at depth, so the layers get all contorted. Kind of like, remember that toothpaste, that peppermint toothpaste? Some of you still have it. Scott, you still have that, don't you? When you'd squeeze it, all those lines would get all contorted, kind of like a marble fudge cake kind of thing here. So very interesting patterns with penguins in the foreground. The next island was famous, and if you, one of the David Attenborough series, there's so many of them now I can't remember, but they spent time here with the cliff diving penguins. So you see the penguins, it's hard now. I wish the snowflakes, remember I do like weather, but I did struggle with these big, the flakes were like the size of $50, the way it looked through the camera. So you've got a zodiac, and you see the penguin on top there, thinking, oh, should I jump? So do you see the penguin? In case you missed it. Do you see the penguin? Oh, I didn't put the yellow on that one, but over to the left. But here's a close-up one. So they come to the edge here, and then they dive as much as 30 feet into the water. So the one that's diving is a chin strap. The one on top, I believe, is a rock hopper with the tassels. There's two that have the macaroni, also has that, but I believe here they're the rock hoppers. But here's one where I was able to isolate. And this is where digital, one of the beauties of digital is you can take as many pictures as you want. The horrific thing about digital is you can take as many pictures as you want. So coming back from a 1-hour Zodiac cruise, probably with easily 1,500 jumping penguins, of which maybe 3 you're going to be happy with. And I thought when I was in the Falklands getting penguins like this, these rock hoppers jumping, I thought that was my best shot. So this, actually, when we went to the Falklands, I got this shot, so I'm kind of mixing where I am. Anyway, so now we're jumping to South Georgia, which is famous for the millions upon millions of king penguins. And there's beaches with 500,000 of these guys and girls. And their coloration is just so beautiful. So it's hard to show the eye. And we discourage in groups, flash photography with penguins, because they do react. So if you had 100 travelers coming up with flashes, so I'm not going for the eye here. You can see the eye in this one in the lower right, but they're just so gorgeous. They're almost everyone's perfect, like they're groomed, and they do this thing called necking. It's a courtship thing, pair bonding, probably leads to more penguins. And then when you zoom in, and this is why folks ask me, and I answer every question that's sent to Lindblad about photography. And the number one question is, I'm going to Galapagos, I'm going to Antarctica, do I really need my long lens? I'm going to be close to wildlife. And even though I can get close to wildlife, and you don't get closer than 5 meters or 15 feet, but they can come up to you, kind of like the whales today breaking the Marine Mammal Protection Act, coming right up under the bow almost. I like long lenses for tight shots. And for isolating, remember, it's hard to, where do you end pictures? So you want to be able to, so that 100 to 400, you always want that in your bag or something. Oh, they're not all well groomed. So this is a juvenile getting his, he or she is getting the adult plumage, but they'll get these crazy mohawks and things. But this is the scene, and I didn't concentrate on purpose on the scene of just the millions of penguins, because I wanted to show you those details. But this beach, the entire way until you get to the Sun Streak, has penguins coming and going from shore. And what's the moment? This is light composition and moment in there. So we had an experience as we were leaving a portion of what was actually in the South Orkney Islands, where we came across fin whales. Do you see any whales in this photo? I mean, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. As far as the eye can see, we could see fin whales. We're hoping to see 1 or 2. Check this out. I wish I would have shot more video. We do have videographers that film every trip, so we do have a complete accounting of this. But this is probably the largest accumulation of whales that has been documented since the whaling days. This is what it used to look like. Probably right out here in Monterey Bay, where you could walk. They said you could walk across the whales. This is in the South Orkney Islands. I'd have to go back to the map, but it's in that arc, so it's kind of east of the peninsula. They've analyzed these, the biologists were just, in fact, I put this on Happy Whale, asked me to put it up, and it had the most views of any. They put the little video up there of any of their images to date on it. But the biologists, they're hoping to publish a paper on it because they've analyzed the film now and they figured there was over 3,000 whales, 3,000 fin whales and a couple of blues in there. The weird thing was, in this spot when we were there in December, it was all humpbacks. And apparently humpbacks fin whales, because they're faster and bigger, can push off humpbacks. I don't know if that's true. But what were the fin whales eating? Isn't it amazing? The largest fin whales are the second largest animal on the planet after blue whales. They eat the smallest things. They eat krill. What are those boats doing? Vacuuming 24 hours a day, sucking up krill. And we don't know what the carrying capacity is for krill. We've heard it before, right? It's sustainable. Sardines in Monterey Bay. You're never going to exhaust the sardines. There's so many sardines, it's limitless. So this is one plug for when you're going for the omegas, don't buy the krill oil. There's plant-based omegas now for your supplements. Go plant-based, because otherwise you're supporting the krill industry, and we really don't know what the impacts are going to be. But we know what the end of the story will be if there's no controls, don't we? Whales. I prefer when they jump. That didn't happen this morning. You got to spend a lot of time out there when they jump and do things at the surface. We're kind of frustrating because we can get the blow, we can get the dorsal fin, we can get the fluke. So you've got to be ready. And this will be a plug for coming with Flip and I. Come to Juneau, Alaska. We spend 4 days. It's a donation to the Whale Trust, and we go out for 4 days looking for humpbacks. So all these photos are from this summer in July. Again, I love playing with black and white. So there's times when you don't have the light, but you have a good subject, or it was too contrasty, but you got repeating forms. Think about converting to black and white in post, in Lightroom or whatever you use. Lightroom is what most of us use. I should have told you this morning if you were on the boat trip. No, we did. Fast shutter speed, at least 1,000th of a second. If you want to freeze the water drops, you're going to be faster. Single focus point or a tight cluster. You want to get it right on that whale, especially if there's waves. Can't tell you how many times I nailed it, and you realize it's like 10 waves in front of your subject. And then memory's cheap, and you can delete cards and reformat. Never in the computer. So burst mode, at least 10 frames a second. Even my camera will do, I don't know, it's probably 50 frames a second, I bet. I don't want to look at that many of the same thing. If it was my business, if it was a skier coming down, you damn straight that I would be shooting every twist and turn. But I'm usually between 10 and 15 frames a second for things like this. For whales, do it kind of slowly. The fluke, of course, and you heard about Happy Whale, happywhale.com. Whenever you get a good fluke shot, post it, and you'll see where it's at. But photographing, so you got to raise the stakes too. 1 fluke, 2 through, flukes, you go for the double. But this is what's happening in Alaska. So there's so much herring up there. And there are some krill areas too that the whales get together, and this is the only place in the world where they do them in groups larger than 2 or 3 whales. We had 18 to 20 whales in one group, and one whale goes down and goes lower than the other ones, swims in a circle and blows bubbles, not for the female in this case, but to trap the fish so those bubbles come up. It's called a bubble net. The fish get trapped inside and they come up in unison, so they're all going down. This is just little surface activity, maybe trying to stun fish. They're going to go down. Oh, the iPhone talk. Did anyone go to that? Using your iPhone as the second, probably shooting video here. And then they rocket up, mouths open, eating the fish. Here they'd call it lunge feeding. This is lunge feeding, but when it's in a group, it's called bubble net or cooperative feeding. You can see the baleen on the roofs of the mouths here. Sometimes our boat's almost too close, because you don't know exactly where you're going to come up. And when we do it, we're in an aluminum catamaran, and if we shut off the engine, it's almost like a hydrophone. We can hear you can hear the whale calling, because one blows bubbles and another whale signals the rest of the whales to come up at once. It's the most amazing thing. They're highly intelligent and psychic as well. They know your thoughts. So if you ever go out with whales and you can't say breach now, you've got to say, we love you, we'd love to see you jump. And this is an example of how close. That's the captain of the boat going, what am I going to lose here? He counted us after that one happened. That's the roof of their mouth coming up in unison. It's the most amazing thing. And you can see it right up there in Juneau, Alaska. You can see it on Lindblad trips to Alaska. We have 4 ships running in Alaska in the summers, or come up for the whale watch with the Whale Trust Maui. We told you about the fingerprints. Each whale's different. I mean, look at how different. And it almost looks munched on the right-hand side. There might be some orca rake marks. So these are like fingerprints. Each one's unique, and they can tell that with the algorithm. Again, I love converting to black and white. And there are the boys on our photo expedition wearing the Whale Trust hoodie. You too can get those. Does anyone have one? Is anyone wearing one? And so that's Flip. And then Mark Kelly's on the right. He's a local Juneau photographer, and we do the teaching. So I went from whales to brown bears. Now this is a trip with Natural Habitat Adventures. 8 of us went out to a bear camp and camped with the bears. We did. And I'll tell you how we did that. And this is a beautiful mom with 2 cubs, reflection. I mean, you dream of moments like this, right? And thank God it wasn't sunny. The sun didn't kill it. It was late in the day. It was nice soft light. So we assembled in Homer, Alaska, a great place to go as well. It's kind of a deep sea mecca, fishing mecca for folks. Make pilgrimages down there to fish for halibut. But we went over from Homer, we flew and landed on the beach with a bush plane in the shoreline of Lake Clark National Park. And everyone's probably heard of Brooks Falls and Tom Mangelson's Catch of the Day shot, which is down in Katmai National Park. Lake Clark, you probably heard of Silver Salmon Creek. That's a famous spot. There's a lodge there. But Nat Hab now has a camp that I'm going to show you, and this is Mount Iliamna. So just like there were volcanoes down in the South Sandwich Islands because of subduction, there's the Cascade volcanoes here because of subduction as you go up to Mount Rainier. Well, there's another plate being pushed down along the Aleutian Trench. So the Aleutian Islands are all active volcanoes, and there's all volcanoes on the Alaskan Peninsula that you fly over. If you follow this shoreline down to where it becomes an estuary, that's where the camp is located. And this was a shot coming in. We're going to land on that beach of the camp. And there it is, in case you didn't see it. These beautiful little Quonset huts. They're heated. They have a little kind of a chemical commode for any personal maneuvers in the night. But there's also showers. It's like glamping. and it's on a gorgeous, gorgeous coastline. No bears in this photo, but they're around. They are around. Now, do you see the cub prints? Look at the little ones. And this was probably the day before because you get a lot of rain there and you can see there's still kind of fragments of mud. It's not all smushed, so that cub was pretty small. Well, there he is, or at least two of them. So we were actually looking the other way. So what happens here, there's two things that can happen in Alaska for watching these coastal brown bears. We typically call them grizzlies when they're inland and eating berries and little rodents and things, but when they're on the coast, they're bigger and they're very happy bears. And these bears are used to you being around. That mom was probably photographed when she was a cub by photographers, because photographers have been coming here 20 or 30 years. Oh, that's how close. So they do have a vehicle for us that we can not go into the national park, but you can drive the beach, so they can put us in good spots. And they go out clamming. So mom, we were looking the other way, and mom and these two cubs, it was good someone else was looking behind. There is that saying, right? You know, if there's something good in front of you, look behind you. Well, in this case, mom came out of the bushes with the two cubs, and the cubs are curious, so they came right over. And she's kind of going, come on, let's keep going. But check this guy out. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. So this is why photography and going out in nature with your camera, yes, I know you want to get the shot, but sometimes you put that camera down, pull up your iPhone, shoot a video, or just watch, because that's the reason now, and maybe I'm in the twilight of my career, so I can say this now, but I go for the experience. I go to be out there. And photography is the reason. And there is something about clicking the shutter that fires off things in your brain that helps you remember where you are. So we're not normal because we're not missing everything because we're photographers. Because you probably get criticized by your dog for that. Why are you always looking through your camera? But in this case, they're out clamming. And who knew that bears clam? If you go up here. So they're out there digging clams, and the cubs are just like, come on, Mom, I'm hungry. And so they're out in the mud, so they follow the tide out. And there's a magic moment where they're walking in a couple inches of water. And that's really what I love to shoot, is when they're walking, and so they're almost like walking on water, almost like this. But that one cub, for whatever reason, just loved to walk. He's always walking. But the experience here ended with the last night, and I don't know if this is the same mom or not. It could be. But we went out there, and it was just a beautiful evening. We're flying out the next day, and then here she comes. Now, the thing is that everyone, including the photographers, were waiting for salmon to come into this stream. And now you're going to say, okay, now I'm going to finally show the pictures of these bears chasing the salmon. She saw the first salmon that came up the river. We had to leave the next day. We never did get those shots, which means we have to go back. Now, if I went back a year before, I have all those shots, but remember, I wanted to tell you that these are all shots from this year. So she did the whole thing, though. It's like, okay, is she going to come closer? Please come closer for reflections. And there is a viewing platform, so we're up a little high. I need to be even a little higher. For that reflection, you can see that it's not, I'm kind of showing you the whole sequence. So when you're in a situation, you want to shoot, don't hold back. Shoot the entire sequence, because you may delete the first 20, 200, 1,000 when the good stuff happens, but she just kept coming. So you keep shooting, and then I shoot, refocus, or I'll move my focus point, and I'm a back button. Don't listen to this, Liam. I'm a back button focuser. So my camera, because I shoot wildlife and I need to be ready, is always in continuous servo focus burst mode, but I'm with my back button. So when I click the shutter, it's not going to try to focus. So I can predict where it's going to be and then shoot, or I can follow focus, move my focus point. So it gives you a little more control that way. But if I was shooting skiers, I wouldn't use back button focus. The reflection just kept getting better and better in this situation. So for bears, yes, you want a long zoom, but depending on where you go, you might be shooting wide angle. The eye detection in these modern cameras really works. And pet detection even works on bears. And then different than photographing, like when I talk about polar bears, where you want to overexpose. With bears, since they're dark, you want to underexpose a little bit because your camera's going to, again, try to make what's dark middle gray, so it might overexpose some, especially if it's a blonde bear. So in this case, you want to underexpose a little bit. I don't recommend, or do I teach anymore, bracketing your exposure, because you want to have to go through a lot of images, then bracket. Just keep, if it's a situation that keeps, and you're going to know, right? It's dark, boom, I'm going to be minus, right out of the bag, my camera's on probably minus 0.7. And then if the situation's different, I'll dial it up. So that was the end of that situation. There was forced floor stuff there and other things we did. Do you wish there was a bear on this morning? Where were they? They slept in. All right, but we had a jaguar. So we're going to shift gears now. Still this year, Pantanal, Brazil. Has anyone been there? It's insane. It's totally insane. We're in boats, but I've been seeing these posted by friends and photographers for decades. It's like one day I got to go there. So this is a trip with Natural Habitat Adventures. And if you want to get a pose, there it is. But here we're in boats. We're in a nice, comfortable, forward-facing, it's almost like a padded bus seat. The jaguars get up to 250 pounds. These are big animals, but they're going for caiman that get maybe twice as big as them. So these are amazing, amazing animals. They come up into Central America and even through Mexico. I mean, they used to be in Texas, and sometimes they still cross into New Mexico and Arizona. That's one of the reasons why a wall, no matter who pays for it, is a bad idea unless animals can pass through it along our border. But we're down here in South Central South America in Brazil. It's where the Pantanal wetland. This is a huge wetland with a lot of happy and hungry jaguars. There's ranch land there, and where there are ranches and where there are agreements, the jaguars can take 3% of the cows. There's just this agreement. And if they get any more than 3%, then there's payments. I don't know if it's a government fund or what, but that's how conservation happens. So the ranchers, they love the jaguars, actually, because they also have tourist businesses. So I converted this one to black and white. You guys know what those cone heads are? Termite mounds. The most perfect field I'd ever seen. Just they're all the same height. There's a lot of conservation success stories. There's a lot of sadness in the world and injustice. And the habitat with the deforestation in Brazil, these hyacinth macaws went endangered with only a few hundreds left. But again, working with landowners, they put boxes on ranches in the trees where they once were, and now they're back in the thousands. I don't know, they're probably still threatened, but they are fun because they just sit there. So hyacinth macaws. Toucans. I'm building up. I'm not just going to show you jaguars to start. The Fruit Loops bird, great. Great when they fly, and it's almost like when they glide, they always go down, almost like their bill is dragging them down. When you find the perfect tree or the perfect situation, I can't tell you how many images I took of this one tree. So you always think, have you ever been in that situation? Should I stay here and shoot this, or should I go do something else? And it's one of these things. If you're waiting, am I waiting and I'm going to be rewarded, or am I wasting my time? Am I missing something else? In this case, I said, okay, I'm just going to work with that tree. Those are wood storks, and the egrets flew in there. And then I can't remember if this was sunrise or sunset, but you can see I shot a lot of images of that tree. And we lucked into a tapir, this crazy jungle animal with the long nose that our guide is actually studying. He had a few collared, and he couldn't believe it. During the middle, they're nocturnal, and they usually sleep but this one crossed the road in front of us because we were driving down to where we get into the boats for the jaguars, and we were able to jump out of our van and get some beautiful shots of this animal as it went across. The largest rodent in the world, capybara, brought one home once, outgrew the bathtub pretty quickly. No, just kidding, just kidding. You'd think the jaguars this would be their favorite, but it's not. They much prefer the caimans. But they're really family-oriented. The kids sit on the back of the parents, and they have webbed feet. Who knew that a rodent had webbed feet because they live in these aquatic environments? And they've got a face that even a mother could love. No one got hurt taking this photo. This is again why you went Zoom. This was by our lodge. And these are the South American caiman. This is what the jaguars are looking for. So they eat the caiman. And it doesn't end well for the caiman, the ones that don't get away. This was the first jaguar we saw. It was right at low light. So this is probably easily 3200, if not 6400 ISO. I told you that I shoot auto ISO, and I don't cap it. I don't cap it at 3200. I think I can go to 100, I don't know what it is now, 125,000 or something. But if you got the UFO landing on the White House, you don't care what the ISO is, you just want to get the shot. And then, like I said, on the ship, if there's a lot of grain, you just convert it to black and white, and it's art, right? So just get the shot. If you shoot a blurry shot, you're going to delete it unless you're going for motion blur. But these guys are, when they're not sleeping, which is probably 20 hours a day, they're hunting. And they hunt during the day. Caiman, jaguar, looking for. And so, you know, I love shots with peekaboo where they're coming in and out of the jungle, along the river. This is where we left the caiman because it was going to swim across the river. We went to a tree, and the guide said, the jaguar is going to come out and walk out on this branch. I just know it. He's probably seen it before, but it did. It came out, and it gave us every shot we wanted from pretty close range. I don't know how long it would take for him to get to the boat, but it wouldn't take him long. So they give you the looks, but most of the time, again, they're habituated to people. They swim, hoping to, I don't know why the video's not playing, but get the idea, that guy's swimming. And then, if they're lucky, they jump on and they get a caiman. So we lucked out on our last day to have a kill. And kills, everybody wants to get the photo, but not that many people put them on the wall in their house. Put it in the guest room, and people won't stay as long. We were by ourselves, you can see, when we were photographing that event, but the drivers are so good, they're barely do the drivers, whoop, I don't know what happened there. Hit the wrong button. And we even shot the Milky Way one night there. We did go out at night, Tamandua, giant anteater with a baby on its tail there. This is where you're shooting high ISO and we're spotlighting. And this is a maned wolf. I had never even heard of one before, but it's a very special, rarely seen animal. And there's a jaguar going off in the dark. I'm going to go through. I did start late, but I'm gonna finish up. Yeah, we got about 5 minutes. Pumas. Where do you go for pumas? Well, there's pumas here in California. Where do you go for habituated pumas? And this, again, is crazy. You go to Chile and Patagonia at one of the most beautiful spots. This is like shooting pumas in the Tetons. The mountains in Patagonia, Torres del Paine National Park. Down here in southern South America. It's a region between, Patagonia includes both Chile and parts of Argentina. And this from National Geographic says that pumas are 136 pounds. The pumas down here, because they're eating guanacos, they're very happy and well-fed pumas, they get up to 175 pounds in this area. And pumas, as you know, they go from Alaska down, as you know, down to Tierra del Fuego. If you've got a gorgeous sunrise and gorgeous light, shoot it. our guides were just yelling at us when we were doing this. It's like, you guys, there's pumas over here. And I'm like, look at the moon. They're photographers too, but they were just giving us a hard time. But the light there is just incredible. Waterfalls, but we were there to follow the guanacos, and who's following the guanacos? The pumas. This is what they eat. Remember separation and background? I mean, we're looking for the good shots there. Patterns, make it black and white, backlit, and there's always one puma, or excuse me, one guanaco, the camel-like animal, looking out. And why are they looking out? Pumas. Because Joe, and they look out for each other, and they do a call. So our guides are always listening for a call if the screech of the guanaco, because that means there's a puma around. All right. This was the first family that we saw, and we followed her. She's called Blinka because she has a bad eye. Why do they cross the road? They wanted to get to the other side, to this little playground area. So this is our first morning with them. And remember what I was telling you about, I got to teach myself to shoot looser? Yeah, I wish I had more room on these because they were just running around playing on this first morning. We only had this opportunity once because we were pretty close. We were still right along the road where they're chasing each other, fast shutter speed. So you got to be ready. You know, first we were shooting them in the dark, and now they're running around. So you've got to be able to get your shutter speed up. Again, you're not worried about ISO. But they spend another 20 hours sitting around too, so we had a lot of time with them sitting and stretching and playing with Mom. And there was a BBC film crew. They're going to follow her for like 40 days, and they were there for about 2 weeks. These cats didn't even look up at the drone. They got so used to it. So Mom tells the cubs to sit there. And this cub's like, Mom, you're leaving us? Because she's going to go hunt. There goes Mom walking off. That's Ann in the background shooting. So these cats hung out, and they were up on top of the hill, and they decided, oh, well, we'll go get closer to the photographers. Oh, and then we'll pick the perfect spot, and then we'll do everything that they hoping to get in their photos. But that was my favorite. Well, we sat there for them for 2 hours. But the shot we all wanted was against the towers. So the next day, even though we had a family in this light, after we shot them a bit, we left and found this. No, this is when this one was going to go to the kill. And this cat we followed them after the guide had heard the screech, and it turned out, after walking past us, and then we followed. Who thought you'd be walking across the plains just following these pumas? And it was like lions on a kill. There were 6 different pumas taking turns feeding. And I'm going to show you in about 100 shots, and we're going to end up here, but 100 shots of the gore. But no, the best stuff, I think, happens when they go away, and then they preen, and Mom preens the cubs. So a lot of times when there's action, it's on the periphery where you see and you get some of the special shots. Look at those paws. And we'll end up here. So our guide said, again, these guys do this every week, the local guides. He goes, she's going to go drink. He goes, I know where the water hole is. So she's waiting for the cubs to come. Now we're down the road. We stop, photograph them coming. Look who's watching. And now they're coming to the water hole. And check this out. So we put our iPhones and propped them up, even though I was carrying. I don't know why I didn't use my little tripod. Just stuck it in the tundra. So this is why you carry an iPhone or another camera that can shoot video. She walked right up to it. And then the cub said, enough of that, it's time to go. And this is where I was kind of behind a rock, and she just looked at me, and I just kind of, and then she walked by, took the cubs away. And then we did get, and this is where I'll end up, our guide saw another puma that was climbing up to the ridge. And this is where I said, I got to start training, because I'm going for snow leopards in December. Put everything in my backpack, and we're like, try to get up, it's like we probably went a couple of miles following this puma, but she got up on this ridge, so we got the mountains in the background, and she walked right past us and said, okay, you want the shot? Here it is. And then they disappeared. So I think I'll end there. It's lunchtime. Thanks for your attention. I want to leave you with, thank you. I want to leave you with light composition moment, but also to encourage you, whatever system you use, learn your buttons and dials backwards and forwards, and you've got to practice. You know, with photographers, we do it every day, so it's second nature. Do it so you can do it in the dark, so you don't have to look at so you can change your focus point, f-stop, shutter speed, let the ISO go, and you'll be a much happier, and you'll have a lot of fun, and you won't be as frustrated in the moment, and you'll have some amazing shots that hopefully you can hang in the guest room. All right, thank you. I'll be here for questions. Yes, you can take that one.
Ralph will be over at the Limbad booth to answer any more questions if you guys have, and we're going to turn the stage and get ready for the next one, so stay comfortable.
There you go. Thanks for the 5-minute sign. Yes, he says.
Do you think, it's full battery right now. My camera is everything. Venture sidekick.
Okay, we're set?
Yeah, do you want me to leave?
I will do a quick
Okay.
intro. Yep. How's everybody doing? I know it was early, but I want to hear that again. How is everybody doing? How about the people in the back? Who's getting their sensors clean back there? How you doing? And thanks to all the live stream viewers. We're excited to keep rolling with the day. Our next presentation has been from an internet friend for years, and we're finally meeting in person here at Optic West. And now that we're in person friends, I know we're gonna cross paths a lot more. And y'all are sitting in the audience. Y'all are interested in photography, of course, but this presentation is gonna be about jumping into video. And without further ado, please welcome to the stage, TravelingJules, come on up.
Thank you. As I video him talking, right? Because that's how we do these days. What a day. Thank you guys for coming. It's so nice to see you. I can't believe this morning. I still have a lot of adrenaline from our whale watching adventure. Who went whale watching? Awesome. And who did the sunrise photo walk? Lovely, lovely. Awesome, awesome. I just pulled a little clip from this morning. I was like, oh my God, they're so cool, but look at that tail. It was so exciting. And I was thinking about it, and I'm like, oh my gosh, everybody here is so talented. They have these big cameras, and they're capturing such wonderful photos. I'm just hearing, you know, everywhere. And I'm thinking, I'm the only weirdo with this like fuzzy thing on my camera, a microphone, right? With and shoot. I don't know. Did you guys shoot video? I hope you shot a little bit of video. Yeah. But I was thinking about it. Like, what's the difference? Like, why do we even shoot photos, or why are we shooting video? Like, how hard is it to do both? Or what do we need to change if we're thinking of photos? What needs to change when you're like, okay, I'm going to get a video this time? And so when this happened, actually, this was right at the very end of the boat ride. We saw this seal.
Oh, yeah.
I was hiding behind people, kind of zooming in. I don't know if you can hear the sound, but the people are just giggling because the guy was like, hi, I'm ready for my photo, like he was posing. And just the background soundtrack of that just made me laugh. And forever I'm gonna love this video because it's not perfect. It's not a National Geographic quality, perfect, clean video. You know, you see the sides of people's elbows and, you know, the railing. But I love it because it gives you a point of view. That's what it felt like to be on that boat. And that's what it feels like when you see it in the wild, right? So anyway, this morning was just such a fun adventure. Apologize, I'm just always excited. I wake up like this. But I want us to really think about the opportunity that video can offer to put your shoes, to put you in a whole new situation, and to bring back memories, and to really put someone else who wasn't there in your shoes, right? So a little bit about me. I'm like you. I'm a travel outdoors enthusiast. I actually do it for a living, so I'm lucky I've been able to hustle and get paid to do this. It's not a job I saw on LinkedIn. It's a job that I've really created. I've done a couple jobs and then showed someone else that example, and then got another job and then showed someone that example. So it's really kind of a circle, if you will, of me. Let's see, that's Whistler, Canada. Does anyone know the middle place? Valley of Fire. Photographers love that place. And then Sri Lanka, little selfie in Sri Lanka. So yeah, I'm a Manfrotto ambassador. I've been using Manfrotto for years and years and years, and I'm also a huge camera nerd like many of you. I spend all my money at B&H. I think I should take stock in B&H because that's where all my money goes. But I do a travel vlog called TravelingJules, and I also have a video blog where I teach photo tips and video tips and content creation over at the Video Hustle. So if you're ever wondering what kind of gear is she using or what does she recommend, it's all over there at the Video Hustle. A little bit about me. I'll give you a quick overview so you know who's talking to you and why is this important. Why, hello, hello. We're your hosts today. Hi, I'm Juliana Broste, TravelingJules. Nice snow. It packs a punch. It's rolling. Can you hear me okay? Being home, we have definitely shifted and pivoted. I've really learned how to adapt and just constantly be investing in myself.
Take yourself out of your comfort zone and just give it a shot.
Okay, that's it. He's here.
I'm on a mission to make amazing connections around the world as Bumble's global connector bee. Real talk? Oh my gosh, he's gonna let me make the hot mess. Grab a sweet potato, butter, some cheese, a little more cheese. This is what dreams are made of. This station is amazing. Wow, look at those domes. Not long ago, it was illegal to take pictures here, but not anymore. Get in? Here's a quick tip for your films. Now, it's time for the edit. Heated hammock, this is seriously the best. I could stay here all day. Have fun out there and stay creative, you guys. Haha, so that's me. That's who I am. I'm always wearing pink, except when I'm wearing this multicolor thing. I'm a travel filmmaker, a host. I do a lot of my behind the scenes, so being on camera is kind of relevant to being behind the camera. And also, I'm a vlogger and content creator, so I do it all. I'm a one-woman show. I wear a lot of hats. Do you guys wear a lot of hats? If you don't go with a big crew of 12 people, that's probably you wearing a lot of hats. So I'm also constantly on Instagram. So if you guys are big fans of the social media platform that's taking over the world, I'm TravelingJules. So let's jump in. I want to help you guys launch into your video hobbies and careers and whatever may have you, your outlet for telling stories. And most of you, do you guys all have a phone with a camera? Yes, cool. Who's using the video function on your phone? Cool. Are you doing social media? Are you doing just like memories, capturing memories? Are you making money? No, okay, cool. So we have a lot of hands, at least we're not like total first timers, which is awesome. I'm gonna give you guys a kind of a place to start, and then we're gonna dive deep into some of the tech. So stick with me if you're an experienced pro and you're really into it. Like we're gonna go through kind of a few different options for people depending on where you wanna jump into this party. So social media is a great place to get started. One, because especially I recommend Instagram stories because it disappears in 24 hours. So there's no pressure. And you can even put Instagram stories up and only your friends can see them, so it's very private. So it's a nice place to just get started, hitting record for 10 seconds or 15 seconds and just letting it loose, see what happens, right? and when you can put multiples together, you can kind of string together a story. So it's almost a whole video you don't even edit. This was a recent trip to Wisconsin where I'm like, okay, going to Wisconsin. And you can make it kind of cheesy. You can add all the stickers. And I like to zoom in on stuff while I'm videoing.
But I went out to
Cheese curds, oh my God.
earlier this year.
They're all random, but they're fun, right? They don't have to necessarily tie together. But you know, you can kind of chronicle your journey as you go.
Again.
That was an old-fashioned, right? So how many of you guys are watching stories? If you're not making them, at least you're watching them.
Sage.
Yeah? Okay, cool. You can put cheesy music on. All right, so Instagram Stories is a great place to get started. Now, once you're used to using your record button, there's now Reels. And Reels are basically the word for video on Instagram. And most of them are vertical. And there's even these funny sounds that you can copy. It's really different than what I learned in journalism school or working at the TV station in the newsroom, where you learn, like, you can't steal music. Well, we're stealing music now. We're stealing audio. And on Instagram Stories, the easiest thing you can do is just put photos together. It's just a montage. We can do that, right? You can add cool transitions. You can do all of this on your phone. I actually do it on a computer. But yeah, something simple, put your favorite photos together and make a collage. This is just the basic steps that you can just get out of your cave and go, okay, cool, whew, got that over with. Now let's talk about some more serious stuff. Another way you can really get engaged and get started is just teach somebody something. Are you a quilter? Do you know everything there is to know about whales? Do you know about photography? You just kind of share something you know because you're already an expert and make a video about it.
To help you edit faster with Adobe Premiere Pro. Ready, go. JKL space. J to rewind, K to pause, L to fast forward. Hit it a few times to travel faster, and space bar to pause or play. IOX. I to mark in, O to mark out, and X to mark the full clip. Plus or minus, plus to zoom in, minus to zoom out, and backslash zoom out to see your full timeline. And bonus, the tilde accent grab key. This will take your panel full screen.
Okay, there will be a
Learn more
quiz
creative tips
on
at
all of
Adobe
these
Max.
shortcuts later. I know it was fast. If you didn't remember all the shortcuts, it's okay. This is not the 101. This is just like a neat intermediate shortcut tips. But the point of this, you might notice, is when it goes by so fast and you don't know what happened, you have to watch it again. And that's actually a trick with social media, is when you watch it again, it's like, oh, this was popular. This must be good. We should show more people this. So people are putting stuff on the screen so fast that you can't even pay attention, so that you have to watch twice. So don't worry, that was a trick question. All right, and the last thing I want to share with you on social media is transitions. So this is so fun. This is something we never were allowed to do in the newsroom. It was like straight cut, straight cut, straight cut. And if you touch any of those silly star wipes, you're a goofball. But now you want to plan to add transitions. How did you do that? And that was all in camera. I'm not really great at After Effects, but I just really tried not to move and like take off my shirt and put it back on. And you know, it was you have to be really detailed when you do that. Have a tripod, don't move it. Hopefully the sun doesn't just suddenly disappear behind a cloud and change everything. But the transitions are just something so fun. The easiest one is just to like smack across the lens, because that wipes it, and then the next thing you do will have that same wipe, and then you can match them together and it looks really cool. So it'll take some time, but something for sure that is super achievable to get started for video, and it looks cool. So now that we talked a little bit about social media, oh, wait, one more, surprise. This one actually, this is the one I was talking about where it's hard to like, you don't want the cloud to come into the window. Yeah, so just some fun things that, again, really don't have a place on television necessarily, but on the internet, it's like so awesome. So have fun with it. Go be creative. Now, as we talk about diving into video, it could be something super simple when we start. And a lot of what I shoot is horizontal, so traditional. I showed you some vertical videos, but now we're going to kind of dive into more of the horizontal stuff. But even something like one clip. One clip is good enough to call it a video. This is actually in Colorado, and I feel like it's the top of you're like riding on the top of a stegosaurus, because like both sides are dangerous. You look over the edge and it's scary. But a photo just doesn't really do it justice. But when you feel like you're traveling along that road, you're like, oh my God, this is cool, right? So something easy, if you just think in one clip at a time, like this would have been a good photo, and you got the photo. I know you got the photo, but what's the next level to make it something that you could tell a different story, right? So just think through each moment, what are we doing? So I always recommend that you stop and observe before you take your camera out. It's so hard. When you get there and those whales are jumping, you're just like, shooting. Did you guys look out of the lens for like a minute? It was hard because you want to get the moment. But one thing we should train our brains is that we want to first show up on a scene, a set, a situation, and say, what's going on? Okay, those guys are buying shopping cameras, okay. What's that tree? All right. Wow, it's really sunny out there. Like, I hear music. Is there a party going on? You know, you're kind of just like paying attention to the environment, and then, only then, you may take out your camera. Because we don't want to shoot everything that happens. And we will just exhaust ourselves. We will run out of battery. We'll have too much footage, and we're not going to make anything when you have that much footage, right? So definitely just stop. And actually, I wanted to show you a red stop sign, but this is in Berlin, and I just thought it was so cool. The guy, the walk guy, it's a guy. It's not a stop. Anyway, silly. So once we're going to observe that, the next step is to choose a focus. So a lot of us here are wildlife people. Anyone? Travel. Any food people? Couple food? I know a miniature person. Air and Outdoors did an amazing miniature talk, and I'm like, wow, that's such a cool field. If you guys missed it, watch it. It was cool. Choose a focus, whatever it may be, and I would recommend just start there. Ignore everything else that's not your focus. So don't try to go and do outdoors adventure and then take pictures of all your food, right? Sorry, it's slow. One more. There we go. So just for some idea starters, and you see these niches on the internet like, hey, I'm Erin Outdoors and I'm a miniature photographer. Whoa, what's that, right? She picked a niche and she's running with it. And if you were to say, hey, I'm a nightlife photographer, I mean, that's all. You can just make videos about nightlife just to get started. And again, just ignore everything else. It's okay. You can jump into that stuff later. Now, once we pick our focus, we're going to think about where it's going to play. So are we going to put this on Instagram? Is this something we're going to put on TV? Are we going to put it, Instagram started as squares, but then there was a time where portraits were really cool, and you would get a little more screen time if your video was taller because it was on the screen longer, so more people would see it. So the longer and taller your video is, if your video is going to the phone, is a sneaky way to make people watch it more. The algorithm likes it. So anyway, it's so hard to go out there and shoot all of this at once, but it's possible, and everyone who works in this business is being asked to do so. But when you're starting, I would just think in your head, are we going to start vertical, just doing Instagram stories? Vertical's cool. Or are we going to start horizontal? And you can frame to do both. But it's hard. It's like composing a photo 2 different ways. It just doesn't work all the time, right? So try to limit yourself into one bucket to start, I recommend, because it's kind of crazy to do everything. Okay, so just for example, I did this Princess Cruises job, and I had to make the same video twice. Do you guys want to see? Yeah? Okay, I see a couple heads. You're going to feel like you're watching it twice, though. I'll show you a little bit of each.
Part of the Medallion Class experience is Ocean Now. You can order food directly to you wherever you may be on the ship. Let's put it to the test. All I need is my medallion and my Medallion Class app.
Thank you. Cheers.
Hi.
Thank you. Yes, cheeseburger with fries.
Yes. Cheeseburger. I think they read my mind. Champagne.
Thank you. Hi, Juliana. Happy Stanley Bear. Look at this guy. It's a cutie.
Oh my God, the cutest. We have matching hats. Twins. Now that's a Medallion Class experience.
That was so fun. I got to just order stuff. I was like, I'm a princess, what am I going to order? Okay, so then I had to do it with my phone.
Here on the Majestic Princess, I've got my Ocean Medallion. They can locate you, they can chase after you. Let's put it to the test. I'm in the mood for a cocktail. Cocktail! Oh, I might have to order another one.
Thank you.
I am so hungry. You read my mind.
Champagne.
Yes!
Ah!
Man, they are fast.
What? Oh my gosh.
Stanley the Bear.
Thank you.
You know what I would love? A matching captain hat.
Thank you so much.
Twinsies.
Ocean Now, you delivered.
Cool, huh? Crazy, right? Okay, so you can totally make one video and reformat it to the other, but then sometimes your face becomes huge because when you move it from one frame to the other, it doesn't work so good. So I just tried an experiment. I was like, what if I film everything twice? So Stanley the Bear comes, cool. And I'm like, could you go back and do it again? And I get out the phone. I'm like, wow, the phone, you know. But anyway, I don't recommend this, but I'm just saying there was a reason why, because it didn't really fit the format of the story. It was generally the same, but they're different. They're different platforms. So don't expect that like everything you do has to like fit everywhere, if that makes sense. The moral of the story is just start with one and then, you know, just saying my brain is totally different when I'm thinking of one format than the other. That's kind of the point. All right, so how many of you guys are using, and I see a bunch of you with cameras here, raise your hand please, and then when you hear your favorite device. Let's say hands up for phone if you're using phone. If you're using if your first choice camera is your phone, who's using your phone the most? Yeah, okay, cool. If your first choice camera is your point and shoot. Point and shoot. So this is a camera that's in your pocket. It doesn't change lenses. Cool. How about a mirrorless? Nice, nice, okay. I recognize, cool. A cinema camera, pro video people. Nice. They have one back there on the Canon table, the EOS C70, if you're curious what the cinema versions look like. They have built-in ND filters, so it's easy to control your exposure, and you don't have to mess with filters. And they have professional audio inputs, so you can really have everything you need for a video. Like that is a true video camera, would be like a cinema camera. But we don't need a cinema camera to make videos to start, right? If you're making money, maybe that would be easier. So specialty cameras, GoPro or drone. Yeah, okay, cool. Or DJI, they have the little gimbal guy. No, okay. There's so many great ones. Anyway, I want to show you guys a little bit of gear, like on fast forward, just to get you started on like what you're thinking for video. I mean, when I think of these tools, I actually use all of them at different times because the GoPro is so wonderful because it's all automatic, and especially the microphone on top makes a huge difference if you're going to use the GoPro, and it's waterproof. So of course, when I'm going snorkeling or something, I go with the GoPro. However, I don't use the microphone because it's not waterproof anymore when you use the microphone. The drone, I love drone. I got my certification and I started playing with it, and it's just so fun. And they make different, you know, the small one, the big ones are better in the wind, but the small ones are really impressive if you're curious about that. The point and shoot, these are ones that I recognize as video cameras because the G7 Mark X3 point and shoot has a couple features, which I'll show you. It has an audio jack, which you need for video, so you can plug in a microphone. And of course, you can change batteries. You can put an SD card in there, which your phone can't. So I just get stressed when I shoot on my phone and I run out of juice. Sometimes it's nice to have a dedicated camera. You're also thinking of like something a little bit bigger, like the M6 Mark II, which I love because it actually shoots 4K uncropped in the APS-C size sensor. But the M50 is the most wonderful in the same group, beginning vlogger type video camera, because you can change lenses, and you've got a nice auto video function. Like it automatically, just like the auto function in your photo camera does, they have a great mode for video. Also, if you're into the full frame situation, maybe you already own some of these cameras. I know most of you guys had DSLRs and mirrorless cameras. The EOS R is a great place to get started because it does also have that audio jack, and it also has some video functions and capabilities, like really fun ones that you'll see in a minute. I right now am using this one, the R5C, and I'll tell you more as well. And then the C70, which I mentioned, is the big cinema camera. So hopefully somewhere on the continuum of evolution, you see yourself and what works for you. What works for one person doesn't work for another. I don't work at B&H, I'm not selling you cameras. But I have to say, I love them for all different reasons. So I want to tell you a little bit about this one, just because we have many people using mirrorless cameras here. And I got a sneak peek chance to try this out when I was working. I had an assignment in Sri Lanka. Has anyone been there? It's like on the other side of the world, a complete the time, like 8 o'clock here is like 8 a.m. there. It's really crazy. And it takes amazing photos because it's just like the high-end photo stills cameras. So you can go out there and capture what you're used to capturing. But on the very top of the camera, there's a switch that makes it a video camera, and it has the cinema functions like zebras and peaking and all kinds of like little menu things that a videographer would want. So if you're ready to dive in deep, or you're a professional and you're looking for that hybrid, this is a really cool one.
Picture this: wildlife, waterfalls, rice fields, and the new Canon EOS R5C. Video pros, are we ready for an adventure or what?
5, 6, 7, 8.
My camera is everything, always in my hands. It's my creative outlet, it's my moneymaker, it's my adventure sidekick. The Canon EOS R5C is a hybrid like me, ready for anything.
Doesn't that look like fun? So yeah, you can imagine how cool that would be to just, most mirrorless can shoot video, but this camera has a video brain, the video menus inside of it. So it's really truly like carrying two cameras that are married and merged into one. So anyway, I really am enjoying this one, and it's in my hands all the time. No matter what camera you're using, a few things you want to think about for video, and I've already kind of hinted to you. You got to have that microphone jack. I love to have a headphone jack because you have a lot of professionals, but again, just getting started, maybe you don't do this, but you want to be able to hear the sound. Because sometimes I think the sound is fine, and I get home and it's like, or maybe I'm recording you and you're talking to me and I heard you, but I get home and I'm like, what did she say? I only heard all the people back there. So if you listen to it as it's happening, you know it's good. But most photo cameras don't have that. So this is why, if you decide this is fun for you, the camera's just like, there's certain models that are really good for both, you know what I mean? I really also like to have a flip screen, because I run around, I'm like on the ground, and I'm up high on my tippy toes, and I'm hiding of bushes. And then the very angle screen makes it easy to see everything. And then advanced would be those ND filters that we talked about, those switching your filters and stuff. Okay, so some key considerations for video. I'm not going to go deep into this because this stuff is all on Google, but I just want to mention it so I don't totally lead you astray, is that for video, sometimes people are like, what frame rate? What's frame rate? Here in the US, we usually shoot like 24p is what we call the frame rate for cinematic films. But most TV stations and most broadcast stations are shooting 30p. And why am I telling you this? Because whatever frame rate you're shooting, you usually want to double that number, and that's the ideal shutter speed. So if you're shooting 1/30 frames a second, so if you're shooting 30 frames a second, like most of us on broadcast news, your shutter speed for video is usually 1/60. So the bottom number of your shutter speed is double the frame rate. If I'm confusing you, you can totally Google this. But the reason I tell you, because from the photo world, this is a huge, big light bulb moment. Your shutter speed needs to stay there or close. You can also move it to like a little bit more, like maybe 1/250, but you don't want to boost it up to like 500, 1/500, or 1/2000, because it changes the videos that you see. It changes, just like in a long exposure, it changes how you see maybe the bike spokes of a bike going by. Everything gets kind of grainy. It starting to feel like a GIF. It gets kind of weird. So ideally, you want to keep your shutter speed in that 1/60 to 1/250 area. And now, how are we going to do exposure? because you just lost a major tool, right? So that's where those ND filters are huge in video. Having that exposure control to really control what what each shot looks like is huge. Who's exhausted? Does this make sense a little bit? Okay, cool. I'm glad you're with me. I know it's so techy, but that's just kind of like a revolution when you switch from the two. Now, also, white balance, you might be used to shooting auto, which is cool, but in video, when you're putting multiple shots together and auto white balancing, it can kind of look weird later if this shot's blue and this shot's yellow and this shot's pink and this shot's green, right? So that's one also area that, like, as you learn more, it's something to just consider. Maybe I want to try going into the manual world or using the settings like indoor setting or using outdoor setting. Just something a little bit different than photos as well. And then you can get super techie into log. We're not going there, but just so you know it's there in case that's something you're into. Okay, so now let's jump into more technique and stuff. I want to show you one last thing. I want to show you some gear in, again, my super fast forward way. I like to use different bags based on all the gear I'm bringing. And again, if you want to screenshot this, cool. But if you just want to check my website, fine too. This is what I carry around when I'm shooting a professional, something like corporate. The Denver Zoo is having an event and I want to go film it. I bring out pretty much all of this stuff. And that's what my bag looks like for a professional. So that's not what you're expected to have, but I just wanted to give you an idea of like all the things. And then when I'm video blogging myself, and maybe you saw me this morning, around about that's kind of what's in my bag. It's kind of like filters, I have a camera, a couple lenses, tripod, you know, I have kind of a little bit of everything. And the little thing is the little audio guy. I'm gonna go a little deeper in some of this, but I just want to give you a sense of kind of like what it takes, or maybe you recognize stuff like, I don't own that, I'll need that. And then, oops, for getting started, if you don't own any of that, I would recommend, okay, sorry, I'm bad at this. Here's just like a basic getting started package that I just felt like, hey, if you're brand new and you're thinking like, what should I buy? You're probably gonna want a microphone. You might need an ND filter. You might want some lavalier microphones, maybe. You know, it's really up to you and what you're looking for, but that's kind of what I kind of trimmed it down to see if that would be a good fit. All right, so the ND filters, I told you about this. This is like, wow. And also one last thing, and this is something that I carry around everywhere. These are just my everyday tools, the essentials. I could go super deep into this. Does anyone have a question about something on here? Like, what's that? Makeup. Why do you bring makeup? If you're on camera, you want makeup. Also, the powder I use is oil like absorbing, and sometimes if you're interviewing someone who's shiny, you could, you know, they might need a little de-shine. Yeah. Someone might ask medical tape. I actually tape my microphones on with medical tape. It's surgical tape. It's very sticky and you can rip it. That's just my little hack on how I keep microphones, because you don't always want to look like a news reporter. So I kind of hide it sometimes. The quarters to do the tripod plate, lens cleaning. You guys know a lot of this stuff you're already using, I bet. Cool. Is that fun? Cool? You love the geeking gear stuff, me too. All right, now we're gonna talk about some techniques in the field. So this is a big deal when you are doing video. The first major rule I wanna share with you is motion. Motion is the main difference between a still photo and a video, right? And audio. But first we'll talk about motion. So motion, I think about a great photo. Like, didn't I take a nice photo of my cheese curds? You guys are all gonna wanna go to Wisconsin now after I talk about it. So this cheese curds photo is a nice photo. But if I was gonna make a video about it, what are some ways we could introduce motion? Those cheese curds aren't gonna like jump up on their own. Maybe I have my camera ready when that plate of hot steaming cheese curds are gonna come and get dropped off. I anticipate that's about to happen, so I get the motion of that plate entering the frame. That would be very cool. Just boring, hey, here's my cheese curds, they're sitting there already, nothing happening. Why would you video that? That's a better photo, you know? And what if maybe someone picks up the beer and picks it up and puts it back down? That would be motion, right? So creating your motion within the frame is a really important technique that I have gotten very creative at because I'm often filming by myself with a tripod. So I have to figure out, like, how am I gonna make this cool? Like, oh, I'll just set up the tripod and then I'll walk through. That was motion, that counts, you know? But again, if I just stand there, I'm already there, it's just wah-wah video. Okay, wah-wah. So like even something easy like this, a train coming by, this is Denver downtown station. There we go. Easy, the train's leaving, that's cool, right? And I already knew where it was gonna be, I just had to wait for it, yeah? So you can do that, right? It's just framing up your photo, waiting for the motion. You guys do this probably to get the cool action shot of the motion. But if you get the shot, and I missed it, but if you got the shot of the train entering and exiting, that's even better. But you know, sometimes you gotta wait for it. And also some other fun ideas within the frame, the motion you can create. You could do a time lapse. And I would say my favorite cameras, that a lot of them I have a time lapse movie mode that put a time lapse together into a movie already, so you don't have to go home and edit, stitch together frame by frame all the photos. So it's a cheater way of doing time lapses and it's so fun. So time lapses are easy. Also you might want to think about stop motion, which I used to work on a food show and we were always making food disappear. So this is kind of like my favorite style, is just like grabbing things, or if there was like a bunch of whiskey on the shelf, you could grab one bottle at a time and make the shelf go empty. So yeah, stop motion. And then this one, just like, this is a little more advanced, but just to give you some fun ideas is kind of duplicating yourself with masking. And some of the apps can do this for you, but I learned how to do it in Adobe Premiere Pro. But you're just kind of not covering yourself up. So you're using part of one video over here and you cut around another part of your video somewhere else. But yeah, those are fun ways to create motion within the frame. Are we good? Cool. Now, what about motion what other kind of motion can we do? We can move the camera, but I don't mean just doing this all the time. That's so crazy, because you just get dizzy. Like, why are you moving? I don't know, because I can, right? Why? Huh? Okay, so you want to move the camera, but you want to have a reason, right? So thinking about like moving a pan, starting from the ceiling down to you, that would feel like an introduction. Like, and hi, nice to see you, bye. Right? It's just kind of like just a little visual thing that makes us feel like something, like there's already something being communicated. I like whip pans. You start over here and whoosh, hi, whoosh, right? But just that little like motion gives you that entrance and exit. But I have a reason, because I want to introduce you to the coolest place in town called the Monterey Convention Center, where B&H OPTIC West is. So I'm going to do that sky to the convention center. And now I'm here, right? It's not just back and forth for no reason. Then movement can also be just like how we're moving our camera. So if we're going to be able to, say, use our hands and just like, or like I showed you with the tripod, we didn't move. It was still. So that's camera movement, zero camera movement, but that's camera movement. Let's also talk about other ones. So this is zero camera movement, just leaving it alone. But let's move the camera. We're going to use the environment. So you guys know when you're, especially with video, you have that strap. Do you guys use the strap? I like the strap. So you wear your camera strap, and you can push your camera against the strap, and that creates leverage, and that'll help it be steady if you need it. You could also take your camera and take your elbows and tuck them in and hold your camera for stabilization to keep it steady. Something so simple. 2 hands, elbows. I know, just one hand seems so fun though. And you could also lay on the ground. You could put it on the ground as your tripod. You could put it on this podium, but it's slanted, so no. You could put it on a staircase, a wall, like all the things that you can do. This is all free if you're creative. So using your environment is a huge, like, secret weapon if you're really good at just thinking like, okay, I didn't want to carry my tripod. What else could I use? That table, right? Environment is everything. Also, you could use your selfie stick Do you guys have one of those? I have short arms, so like my camera is too close. I need the selfie stick. But the selfie stick is kind of fun because it's kind of like, it's not perfect. It's kind of shaky, but it's like to the point, works really good. And maybe you want to try handheld. Maybe you're going to go, and this is an example of handheld where on purpose, I like that shaky shot. I'm not doing it like, sometimes you'd get a shaky shot on accident, it's kind of ugly, and I know. But in this case, I did it on purpose. Let me show you. Look at this. It's like an ice cream sundae here. I mean, if rocks could swirl, right? Because it's swirling here. Oh my gosh, this is so beautiful. I can't wait to get out. We want to get out of the car. We're going on a hike today. Right?
Bighorn sheep.
I love him. I'm not going to show you.
for the photo.
This whole area was...
Sorry, I was like, I'm not going to show the whole thing, but I just wanted you to see the opening shot. Like, why did she use the shakiest shot to start her show? But it was like, guys, this is approachable. I want you to feel like you could do this too. This isn't a cinematic movie that you're never going to do. Like, I wanted to incorporate an authentic vibe, and that's why I chose the handheld. Also, I didn't want to carry all the stuff. So I just made it part of my story, right? But I think you think through the tools, and then how does that influence your story? And for vlogging, handheld is awesome. If you're trying to sell that video for like $1 million, to some corporation, you'd have to kind of sell it a little bit different. Now, a gimbal, the beginning of this video starts with a gimbal. Wait for it. You have to wait for it. Isn't this gimbal so good you can't even tell? There you go. My, oh my, these views. Wow. So this is the skywalk. It's beautiful up here. I'm surrounded by super trees. This is so cool. Feels like you're on another. That's the end of the gimbal. But just to give you that first sense of like, where are we? It's a whole different vibe. So the tools that you pick for motion are creating a feeling when you're doing it, right? And if you're gonna do shopping, just wanted to show you back there. If you're gonna use some of the tools we just talked about, here are just some starter tools that I would recommend. The first one is for the phone. The middle one is the tripod I carry with everywhere because it's so small and it's carbon fiber. So it's really light, and I never have broken it. It's in my wheelhouse. Then a fluid head. If you really do want pans and tilts, this thing and this thing, you're gonna need a different tripod head than the photo head. Fluid head is the key word when you're shopping, fluid head. And that's smooth, it's sexy, smooth pans. Cool. All right, then the other things I showed you was the selfie stick, the gimbal, and I didn't show you this last one, but this is my favorite tool, the monopod, because it's kind of like a mix of both things. You don't have to carry things, it's not so heavy, but it has this cool ball at the bottom so that you can easily like pick it up and move it, and it kind of like absorbs the motion. So it's not shaky, it's just it's like a hybrid cinema tool that's just kind of great for being mobile, one-man banding around. So yeah, for traveling, I still don't carry that, but if I'm working, I carry that. Okay, sorry, I'm yelling. All right, and a couple things too we want to think about with motion is, please don't rely on the zoom. I know we have great lenses that zoom super far, but you don't want to just stand in one place and hit zoom. I got the best video, I didn't go anywhere. The best videos use your feet. The best videos, you have to walk all the way over here. You have to walk all the way over here. You know what I mean? You have to use your feet and ride escalators up to the top and go to the rooftop and lay on the floor and get grass in your shot or whatever. This was just an example of me. I was filming at a brewery, and they let me like climb on this ladder to get cool shots, but I had to ask. They weren't just like, hey, do you want to go on the ladder? It was like, hey, what's that ladder over there? You kind of have to just think through, what can I get away with for your feet? And as a result, you will capture variety. As a result, you will capture really interesting shots. And for me, my goal is to make an edit that doesn't use the same shot twice. So if you can kind of try to think, okay, I used that one. What else is there, right? Just constantly be on the move to think of different things. Of course, you can do something easy to start. I'm just trying to give you ideas and give you like a sense of what goes on in my brain when I'm thinking in video mode. Cool. Also for story for video, we're always thinking in sequences. So a lot of times you want, with your zoom lenses, you want your wide shot, you want your medium shot, and you want your close-up shot. Those 3 shots are easy to edit into a video when you're editing. And honestly, like if you watch the news, every shot you see is one of these, but they're not 2 of the same in a row. 2 wide shots, no. 2 close-ups, no. Right? It's generally like a combo that makes a really good video and like mixing those around. I also really love the extra, extra wide shot, especially for travel. You get a sense of like a place. Also, I think about action. So I often show my point of view. I show what I see. I show my feet. I just kind of like to show you, like bring you into the experience. But I also need to edit the opposite shot. So if we're at the Olympics and we're watching Chloe Kim do a triple flip on the half pipe, what's the opposite of that is, whoa, people clapping, whoa, right? There's kind of 2 halves to the whole. So when I'm riding the horse, I like to show me, I like to show the horse. If you're not in your video, cool, but show the action and show the audience or show somebody else reacting to that. I think that makes a good video. I made that rule up, but I really like it. And also for video, I know I'm going through a lot of things. A-roll. What's A-roll? You guys have probably heard of B-roll. A-roll is all the interviews, all the stuff that carries a story forward. It's a lot of times an interview or a host. Hey, welcome everybody, right? But the B-roll is all the shots of what they said that give you the other perspective. And almost always when we shoot video, we think of A-roll. Like, yeah, tell me the story behind how you invented B&H OPTIC West, but then we forget to go get B-roll, and then when you edit, you can't make anything because you forgot. So B-roll is super important. Everyone just, it gets lost, but that thing is like the thing you really want to spend time on. So A-roll is just an easy little thing, hopefully. A-roll, B-roll, sweet. Okay, I'm gonna show you one more video so you can kind of process what you're seeing in action. I'll just show you a part of this video, but I think it's a fun one to get the sense of A-roll and B-roll and how I mix it together. Today I'm going crazy for cranberries. I'm in a cranberry marsh here in Wisconsin. Welcome to Rooted in Red. It just so happens to be harvest season. This doesn't happen all year round. So cranberries actually grow in a sandy soil. So there are vines underneath these bogs. Here in Wisconsin we say marshes. And then they fill the marsh full of water.
This machine drives through and loosens the berries from the vine. Did you know cranberries are hollow in the center?
The cranberries float to the top. These guys are collecting all of the cranberries, putting them in a big pool and processing them. So lots of action today. So we are going inside a cranberry bog.
Ready to cranberry.
Let's go.
So you wear these funky little shoe pants.
Okay, I'm gonna pause there so you guys watch the whole video later.
I'm suited up. One foot in front of the other.
I'm just teasing you.
Whoa.
This is incredible. It's cold in here. I feel like I'm floating. Everything's floating around me. I feel weightless. This is crazy. All right.
These are fresh cranberries.
I would kick you out if I could figure it out.
There was a spider in my hand.
It's just such an adventure. I have always wanted to come to a cranberry marsh. You really get the picture of how it's made. It's a big process, but anyone can come here. This place is so picturesque.
I love it.
Sorry, I made you watch the whole thing. I couldn't make it work. Fun, huh? I know it's silly to be so excited about cranberries, but did you guys notice the A-roll? It was me talking. And I only talked to the camera like at the end of the day, right before we left, and I learned all the facts, and I just said them all at once, really excited. And then all the B-roll took me all day to capture was this tractor going by, and I got some cool drone shots and, you know, shots of the processing machine and close-ups of the cranberries. You know, all that stuff took all day, and the A-roll literally took me like 5 minutes at the end, right? So anyway, just wanted you to see kind of how that kind of ties together. Okay, we only have a few more minutes left. I want to tell you one other major thing for video, because we didn't talk about sound. You guys okay? Do you want to hang out for a minute or two more? Okay, cool. Sound is another major factor why photo and video are different, obviously. I'm sorry, I don't think this is working anymore. Keyboard. Sound, there we go. Okay, with keyboard. So sound is, we talked about the story, right? The sound of an interview or the sound of a host talking. So, and we saw this earlier. I showed you my whale video and the seal video. The seal video really shows you kind of the, this is so much better with sound, right? Just the giggle, so much better. Even this piece.
All day rosé.
There's a bell.
Biking and wine. Couldn't get any better than
The pouring
this.
of wine
Fun to have you
sound.
guys in town. Have you ever been to the area before?
Nope.
Right? So those sounds are actually things you want to try to capture on purpose, like crunching leaves. Now when you're shooting, watch out for the bad sounds. Sounds like this. This is like the sound of traffic. Watch out for the sound of airplanes going by. They ruin your video sound. How about air conditioners? They are pretty loud. They can ruin it. Lawnmowers. Bad, terrible. Every summer you go out to shoot outside and there's a lawnmower going. Restaurants have a lot of music. Beyonce is playing. Dang, Beyonce, come on, give me a break. And also people are talking, right? So just watch out for those things when you're capturing your sounds, because that will mess you up. But good thing you're wearing headphones, so you're okay. Just a couple sound things I like. The internal microphone in your camera is really not ideal. It's not. So if you could buy a microphone, it's a big upgrade. And I really like the one called the VidMic Pro Plus, because that's sometimes my only audio source, and I really like it. The little one is little, and it's a good starter, but it's not really my fave. And then same with these, the wireless, if you do want to have a wireless connection from talking to your camera and not having a wire connecting you. The little one, they're great. They're pretty revolutionary. They're so tiny. But like, I've definitely had a time or two where I heard the radio of like some radio station playing, and it messed up my sound because I couldn't change the channels. But it is hard to kind of, if you upgrade, it's a lot more money. So, you know, you kind of just see what works for you. I also do this. I often capture audio in a separate recorder that's recording to an SD card, and it's on my body. So that's an idea. But then you have to learn how to like match the sounds to the video later. So that's definitely like an advanced option. All right, and then of course I taught you my trick on the surgical tape. Don't tell anybody. Okay, I wanted to also show you, let's see. Oh, this is a great example of what I'm talking about with the microphone. Here's what it sounds like when I use the shotgun microphone, and then you're gonna hear what it sounds like when I use a lavalier, which is the wireless one that you wear on your body. Let me show you both of these.
And I've got the new Canon RF 15 to 30 millimeter f4.5 to 6.3 IS STM in my hands. The ultra-wide option you've been waiting for.
It's okay,
Let's
but I
see what
hear
it
the
can do.
train. I'm at a train station.
I've got the new Canon RF 15 to 30 millimeter f4.5 to 6.3 IS STM in my hands. The ultra-wide option you've been waiting for. Let's see what it can do.
Whoa, I'm sold.
I've got the new Canon RF
Now with
15 to 30
music.
millimeter
Now we're
f4.5 to
going.
6.3
Okay.
IS STM in my hands. The ultra-wide option you've been waiting for.
And
let's see what it can do.
B-roll. Awesome. So you guys can see it makes a huge difference. And the thing that they don't tell you about audio is that when your video is kind of yucky and shaky cam and too bright or too dark, nobody's going to turn it off because it's ugly. But when the sound is bad, they will completely wipe you out. Zoom, what? You're on mute. Well, You know what I mean? When the sound is bad, when it's so loud, like it's overmodulated, you know, they will turn you off and you lost them. So audio is equally, if not more important than the video. Yes, oh my gosh. So that's all I want to tell you about sound. We're just diving into the little tip of the icebergs. I didn't talk about light. I'm not really going to talk a lot about it. It's not that different since you know how to frame shots with great light, except we don't have flashes. We use continuous light for video, right? So just, you might need a different tool to really, position your subject, maybe using natural light, but definitely the flash is not going to save you in video. I just want to show you 2 last slides, because sometimes people want to know about editing. Do you want to know? Yeah, I know. This whole talk, we could have a whole other talk called editing. I just wanted to show you kind of like what I think through when it's time to put the footage on the timeline. It's kind of a lot of things. But I just wanted to walk you through. First, I dump the cards and I copy it twice. Because gosh, that would be a bummer if I lost everything. So 2 copies of everything. Then I import the footage into my favorite editing software. And I organize it, I keep it organized, because that will bite you in the butt later. And I put all the footage from one day onto one timeline. And I look at it real carefully, real quick. Don't watch it really in real time. Just skim through. Okay, what looks good? What do I like? And I think and I find the best sound bites and the best moments that are really memorable. I'm going to use that in my edit. And then I actually go through and find the best shots. And this is weird, I edit my videos based on the best shots and the storyline together, right? But sometimes I literally put the best shots on and write the story later. Because I just put the story together with my picture, with my visual brain, then I figure out what the story is later. So in either direction you could do it. The traditional way is to write a script and then put the video, but I'm backwards. And then you want to go ahead and you're going to kill your babies. Not everything you shot is going to go in the end. Just pick out the best of the best. Very advanced if you want to deal with all that like graphics and color correction, but if you really are into it, you can go for it. And then when you're ready to export, you can sometimes re-export it for different sizes. Like I showed you, the horizontal, the vertical, the square. Whew, that's a lot. But I just wanted to give you a little recap. Something as simple as getting started would be this. This is getting started on your phone. My timeline is literally one video clip, and then the B-roll is on top. So the video clip that's highlighted is my A-roll, and the one right above it is the B-roll. That's as simple as it looks like in an editing timeline. The one I showed you gets a little more complicated. This is what it actually looks like. This is not getting started, but I just wanted to get you familiar with what the software looks like. There's an area where you can preview what all your clips look like. The big one is the one that's like permanent. That's going in my final piece. The timeline at the bottom. I think of it like a sandwich, like the meat is in the middle, the A-roll's in the middle, and then all of the B-roll goes on top, on the other layers of the sandwich until you get to the bread. But anyway, I have my music at the very bottom. So yeah, this is definitely not getting started, but I just wanted to get you ideas on editing here. Definitely learn shortcuts like I showed you, save your projects often, and definitely don't do it once and never do it again because you'll forget everything. Totally. So that's really the end of the beginning here. I wanted to make sure you guys had some resources on where to learn more. I have learned so much over the years calling B&H from Colorado saying which microphone should I get, and they're so helpful to kind of walk you through, well, for this price you get this one, and for this price, so anyway, learning can happen in a 3-day education workshop. I work a lot with FMC training, and they have boot camps where you can just dedicate 3 days and learn editing, but also just as you go shopping and adding one thing to your kit, there's always a lot of things to learn on the way. And finally, just be sure to practice, 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 have fun. This is such a fun, creative outlet, something so different than keeping the world still. And I hope you got a sense of all the crazy things we talked about today, from moving your feet, moving the camera, letting motion happen within the frame. We talked about sound. We talked about ideas to get started with TikToks, with Instagram stories. So I hope we didn't leave too many stones unturned here. Hopefully you're ready to learn more, and we hope to see you back. So thank you guys for joining.
And if you have questions for Jules, she's going to be at the speaker meet and greet table in just a few minutes, right out the doors and to the left. So bring those questions. And I have a quick favor to ask of everyone. We still have a few hours left. There's a lot more fun to still be had. But before people might dip or leave early or catch another presentation, I would love for y'all to say thanks to somebody you met. Maybe it was somebody in the neighborhood that you got to see and collaborate with. Maybe it was a conversation with one of the vendors. Please go over, say hello to your favorite vendors, and just thank them. You know, no one had to sell you anything too hard. Go over to the B&H booth and thank them. Tell us your thoughts. You know, how did you enjoy this? We really want to hear from all you. You can email us. You can tweet at us. Those watching online, please jump in the chat. We're reading those comments. Please tell us what you thought of the show and how much fun you're having and what we can do next year and where you want us to come next time and where you're watching from, all these good things. So we do thank you all for being here. We have a quick little break. We'll see you in about a half an hour on both stages with another set. So stay comfortable and inspired. All right, we're jumping back in. We are doing a wildlife landscape critique with the great Frans Lanting. Thank you again, Frans, for being here. What an amazing, amazing couple of days. And we hope to be back, and we hope to see you back at Optic, wherever it is. Maybe it'll be here, maybe it'll be another coastal city, maybe it'll be up north, south, who knows? We're open to suggestions. So let's jump into the critique. Enjoy.
All right. Yesterday morning, I started out by asking for a show of hands where people are from. I'm going to repeat this here. How many of you are from within the Monterey Bay region? How many of you are from the rest of California? Okay. How many of you are from the rest of the United States? Okay. And I know there's at least one person who came from outside the country, right? There she is. All the way from Hong Kong, right? So welcome for joining me here. We're going to look at a submission of images and see if we can make sense of them, see if we can improve them, see what we can learn from them. If you have any questions about any of my comments, anything that we're doing to the images, please kind of raise your hand and then I'll acknowledge you. We don't have an extra mic, so I may need to ask you to really project your voice, or I may have to come a little bit closer because it's kind of noisy in the background. Here's how we're going to do it. Behind the controls is Ross Dagia. Ross, can you raise your hand? Okay. Ross works in our studio. He's our he's our digital asset manager. And what we're going to do today is pretty typical of how we work together in the studio, where I give the directions and then Broste takes it away. I understand the basic mechanics of Lightroom, but I'm too busy and I really don't have the patience to go into great details. So here we're operating as a team, and I will give Ross the input, and then I will continue with my general comments about the images while Ross is doing the magic within Lightroom, and I'll ask him to explain what he's doing, and then you can say thumbs up or thumbs down if you agree or whether you disagree with things. Should we do it? And if there are more general issues that you would like to bring to my attention when it comes to how you deal with images in this endless, what we call post-processing universe, please. It doesn't have to deal specifically with the image we're looking at. All right. Ross, should we look at the first image?
There we are.
So, by the way, this is a blind critique. I have no idea who made the image, nor do I even have an idea where the image was made. So, in the process of looking at them, I'm going to take some guesses at that, because that really may inform us as well about what the maker could have done differently, or what they could do when they go back there. So first image. This looks like a mountain scene, and it looks like overcast weather. And I hear some back feet. Can we correct that? Hello there? Okay, I'll just carry on. It's kind of overcast, gloomy weather, and yet there's a lot of color and there's a lot of detail in the image, but it is overshadowed by that light in the sky. So my first question is always, what's the image about? What makes it interesting? And I'm going to have to guess at what the photographer found interesting. I'm just going to have to go over the photographer's head and say, okay, this is what I find interesting. So I would say what makes the image interesting is not what's going on in here, it's what's going on in here. Agreed? So let's bring the sky down. We don't need to see any of that, because then the brightest part of the image is what gets our attention always. So then I would open up the shadows and see what is lurking there. Now, here's one issue. Most of these images were submitted as JPEGs, so we don't have a lot of leeway with improving them. So it's really just more to suggest a general direction, but it is also really, if you submit your images for image reviews like this, submit them as RAWs, because whoever is looking at them is going to be able to do more with them. So this is already beginning to look better. Now I'm seeing that there's actually a trail here. And my first thought would have been, if I'd been a photographer, I would have been thinking, is there a companion with me who could have gone ahead with me on the trail? And if that person's situated there, then it humanizes the whole landscape, and you have a little bit of a diagonal, you have a sense of directionality. So Ross has been improving the shadows, and you see things are beginning to work a little better. Ross, do you want to add a little bit more contrast, a little bit more saturation?
Yeah, I'll add a little bit of contrast and saturation.
Okay. And again, we can't do that much with it. I'm looking around in this scene to find anything else that could have anchored the image, and my eyes are going towards these wildflowers here. That would have been a more interesting foreground to capitalize on. So photographer, go a little bit to the left, get a little bit closer, and then you can build foreground, middle ground, and background. Questions or comments? Yeah. Okay, thumbs up? Thumbs up. Questions? A little bit of dehaze. Ross, do you want to see if that contributes anything?
Yeah, we can add a little bit of dehaze. It'll
Okay.
add a little bit of contrast to the image.
Okay. So I think we've done just about as much as what we can here. Yeah. You know, excellent suggestions, but if we start doing that, we're going to be spending more time with this image, and we're not going to be able to get to all the others. So we're just going to have to skim at the top here. Yep.
Thumbs up for whether we like the result?
Yeah, thumbs up, thumbs down, no. Okay, okay. Okay, let's go to the next image if we may, okay? All right. And sorry if I'm not doing justice to what you would want to talk about or to the image makers in question, but otherwise we're not going to get to the finish line in time. So, you know, a cold water stream with glacial water. I'm going to see if I can, Ross, are the settings available here?
I don't believe so.
Okay, because I see some interesting movement here in the water, and that's my first thought. Always the first question in my mind is, what is interesting in this scene? You know, what might the photographer have been thinking of, and what could he or she done more with? And I find this the most dynamic part in the whole composition, and it looks like a relatively slow shutter speed was used. We're seeing some interesting movement here in the water. I'm guessing at a shutter speed of maybe 15th or an 1/8 of a second. No settings available, Ross?
No settings.
So I probably would have pushed this more towards 1/4 or 1/2 of a second, because then the turbulence becomes more of a movement. And I would have come in much closer here, because this is interesting. This is a bit static. There's not a lot going on in here. We're really dealing with disparate elements in the composition. You got a forest, you got a river, you got rocks, and it's a little bit of everything, but photography is really about making choices. So you've got to choose. So as it is, I would probably, bring the sky down a little bit, because just as in the previous image, the brightest element is what attracts your attention, and I want the eye to go in here. I would maybe show a little bit of sky at the top, a little bit of a peekaboo effect, so you see we're in the mountains, and see it's a little bit more apparent what the water's doing there. Any suggestions, any questions here? You can tighten it up. Yeah, I would start by tightening things up on the left side, because again, it is all about the water. Comments, questions? Yeah.
Worried when the tops of the mountains are cut off.
This lady's worried that we're cropping the tops of the mountains off. Sure. Yeah, you don't want to do that permanently, but just for the sake of the exercise. No mountains are getting hurt in the process of this image review. Pardon? Yeah, we could make it vertical. Yeah, we could get really radical and just say, forget about everything. Let's just get in here. Ross, let's get radical. Let's do it here, and let's go in here. Okay? No, just get rid of the bottom, get rid of the top. Let's just show the water. That's the most dynamic element in the whole composition here. And there you go. No, I see somebody say no. See how subjective this stuff is? I see a thumbs up. Yes, question. You're still thinking about that first image, right? Yeah.
How do you determine, or do you have any thoughts about, like, I always have problems on where I want it is as far as 4-3-3-2 or just anything of my own.
Okay. Yeah, how do you determine how to crop and which aspect ratio to apply? That's what you're talking about. Okay. Here's my philosophy. And I use DSLRs and mirrorless cameras to capture images, and the standard aspect ratio is 2:3. We have hundreds of thousands of images in our archive, and if we do custom crops for everything, it begins to look really chaotic when we do edits. So as much as possible, I like to retain an original aspect ratio. And then we have a couple of other default settings. There's the square crop, which we don't use very often, but it can really apply very well. And then we have two standard pano settings, 16:9, and what's the other one? 1:4, right?
Yeah, 1:4. You can also do 3:1.
Okay. So that's what we apply. Of course, you can do whatever you want, and if you're not dealing with the same volume of images, you can create custom crops for every image. Does that satisfy you? All right, let's carry on. Personally, I think this is beginning to look more interesting. You still feel that we're in the mountains, and don't worry, the mountains are still there at the top. They're just temporarily hidden from view. Okay. Next image. More water, more falling water. I have no idea what this is. It's not revealed in the data that came along with the image, but this is beginning to look a bit more interesting, right? What's the picture about? It's a waterfall. Okay. How can we enhance the fact that the image is about a waterfall? Maybe get a little bit closer, because this kind of, what's the essence of the falling water? It comes down, and we have this big rock in the foreground. So let's see if we can get rid of that. Let's kind of crop it in from the top a little bit, and then maybe bring this in from the side a little bit. Okay. So we're doing custom crops now just for the sake of seeing if we can zero in on the most dynamic elements. Now I think it becomes a little bit clearer what the flow of the water is like, right? Starts at the top, tumbles down, collecting pool, and then it washes away. Now we have some technical issues here. We have blown out highlights. You can see that here in the histogram. So my technical improvement would be to tone down the whites. Ross? Are you with us?
So I just brought down the highlights a little bit, and you can see now nothing's clipping in the histogram.
Pardon?
I brought the highlights down, and you can see now in the histogram that they're not
all
clipping
right.
anymore.
So that's as far as we can go. Can you do any local adjustments there?
Yeah, you could use a brush tool, go
Okay.
in and selectively
Okay.
adjust some of these settings
That's
here.
the next thing I would do. You start with general adjustments is what we typically start with because it happens in a matter of seconds, and then we start applying local adjustments. And then ultimately, we can take the image into Photoshop for real refined adjustments, but we rarely do that. That comes into play when we're working with images that become prints for exhibitions and for collectors. So we're already seeing an interesting improvement here. What would you like to see next? Pardon? You want to warm it up? You want to warm it up? Okay. Well, yeah, we can do that with the slider. But is that really the best solution? You can warm it up in general, but it affects colors across the spectrum. Why do you want to warm it up? You're feeling a little bit cold overall? I do. Huh? Too blue. Yes, it was a little bit too blue. Yeah, the tonality improves here a little bit, but you want to stop short of seeing the green turn yellow, right? So we've taken it just about as far as we can. Now, I'm still a little bit bothered by that rock. If I'd been the photographer, I would have tried to get a little bit more here in front and compose without the rock there. But given that it exists, should we try a real radical adjustment and just bring it up all the way to above the rock? Let's make that last adjustment, Ross. Okay. Better or not? We're losing the directionality in the water, right? Water starts someplace, needs to go someplace else. So that's an important rule when you're photographing water, in my opinion. Water needs to flow. Yes? Pardon? Okay, this gentleman wants to see the water come from someplace, so let's try this. Let's bring a little bit of the sky back. Okay, I can accept that, but I think in terms of an overall composition, it looks a little bit more pleasing to see it without that. So, enough said about this? Thumbs up, thumbs down? Maybe so-so? All right. Next one, Ross. There we're going. I think we recognize this, right? The Grand Tetons. So, how many times do you think this scene's been photographed? Yeah. With one moose, two mooses. What else would you like to see in there? A bear, an eagle, and so on. What is going on here? What makes this scene interesting? The reflection. Okay. So we want to do more, and the reflection expresses symmetry. There's a suggestion of harmony. So let's act on that. It's not about what's here, and it's not about what's there. So we're going to tighten it up again. We're going to turn it into more of a panorama. Panoramas tend to suggest harmony, stillness, serenity. So let's see if you agree with that when we do that. Okay? What do you think? Improvement? Okay. Now I would like to pull out a little bit more shadow detail. Becomes a little bit too dark in here. There we go. Instant improvement. But it's still, you know, the more famous a scene becomes, the harder you have to work to do something that makes it more original. That means establishing a personal point of view. And yeah, there's no point of view here. This is the same kind of picture that I've seen many times before. Yeah, question? Oh, flip it upside down. Okay, radical, Ross. Upside down. Pardon? Crop the axial mountains, okay. Okay, I've seen that done before with great effect. So do we like this? It's crop the bottom up. Okay, crop the bottom up. We're turning this into a crowdsourced image review. Yeah? Image improvement by committee. Yeah? Okay. Not quite, but I like your idea. Okay? So let's turn it right side up again. What could the photographer have done to establish more of a personal point of view? Any ideas? Pardon?
Nearby front element.
I still can't hear it.
Nearby front element.
Nearby front element. Yeah, that could have been done, but then you need to start all over from scratch because you don't get this broad sweep. Wait for an animal, wait for a person other idea. Pardon? A rock in the water. Bring your own rock and throw it in the water. Okay. Wait for the reflections to ripple. It's been done before. Okay.
I've done this before. I'm betting there's a whole line of photographers. Step behind the line of photographers and take a picture.
Excellent suggestion. In a place like that, you can't get away from the photographers. Although this photographer apparently could, but take a step back, make it a participatory experience. Excellent suggestion. Have fun with it. Yeah? Okay, should we move on? Okay. Okay. I sequenced these images to group them a little bit. You see here's another image. What is the first thing that comes to mind? What? Do I hear reflection? Yeah, right. So reflection, but this is not the same kind of famous scene. But for the viewer who is uninformed about locations, it doesn't really matter because it still suggests mountain scenery, harmony, serenity, beautiful nature. But there's some extraneous elements in here. You know, what makes it work is what's going on in here. That is where the symmetry is best expressed. This is incidental. So why don't we take that out? Okay, okay, that's far enough. I'm from the Netherlands, so we like to keep our horizons straight. We don't want the water to get in or out. So it's kind of a thing with me. So this establishes the reflection better. Yeah, question. Yeah, we can zoom in. So I now see that this is also extraneous because it's still about the perfect reflection, right? So let's get into that. And it's beginning to look a little bit more interesting, doesn't it? What else could we do here? Now we could continue to crop because then the bulge is becoming more symmetrical. But next thing you know, we've got nothing left to look at beyond those aspen trees. But let's do something really radical. Let's pull it up from the bottom, Ross, and pull it down from the top to the point that there's no sky and no water visible. You're missing the mountains, right? You've got this thing for mountains and water. So you want to see both the bottom and the top.
Everything has to be horizontal.
Pardon?
Do you ever work with verticals?
We'll come to that. Yes, I do like verticals. So, but so far, We haven't come across any vertical images yet, and I'm just trying to work overall with what I believe the strengths are in the image that is presented, and just try to make it a little bit better and express the original vision a bit more clearly. Because in my opinion, many photographers have this happy trigger finger and they don't think things through because pixels are free. So plus we can do things after the fact so easily. And I would just like us to become a bit more discriminating in how we think while we're in the scene, and then also a bit more discriminating after the fact. Yes? It's slightly overexposed, yeah. So Ross, shall we darken it a little bit?
Yeah, bring down the highlights and then
Yeah.
bring the exposure down a little bit.
Sorry.
And you can tell here from
Okay.
Instagram that everything looks like it's pretty good.
This is one solution, although I know not everyone agrees, right? Thumbs down. Should we move on? I see one thumb up. This is not a popularity contest. Likes, dislikes. It can't please everyone all the time. So, all right. A sunset somewhere. I don't even want to guess where it is, but pardon? Morro Bay. Why do you think this is Morro Bay?
I just shot there the other day, and when the tide is low over by the beach, not there near the rock, but as you get a little bit more south, where you can launch kayaks and it gets very shallow like that, you have the water and you have the sand.
Okay, excellent. We're doing some forensic work here. We're retrieving details that aren't visible. This lady here thinks that this may be a scene from Morro Bay. So I was there a couple of weeks ago, so I think you may well be right, but it could have been any estuary or any lagoon, right? So I'm trying to think, what was the photographer thinking? And what did the photographer want to accomplish? It's a sunset, but yes, there's a sunset everywhere all the time. So you want to really do a little bit more than just a sunset. So I don't see a point of view. I don't see an apparent composition. The sun is dead center. The horizon is almost dead center. Now you could argue, applying the Mondrian philosophy, that everything needs to be symmetrical, but it's a bit static. So we could either make it a skyscape, or we can make it a mudscape. We can turn the sun into one corner or the other, but you can see that it's still, we're trying to make the most of something that really needs to be rethought. You could turn it into a vertical as well, but pretty soon there's nothing left. So sunsets are great, but if you don't have a point of view, why not enjoy it instead? Yeah, question. Pardon? If that's a bird in the foreground, that's a pretty solid rock, it looks like. So, or a bird that is trying to pass for a rock. So if it were a bird and if it would stay there, then you have something to work with. But, so, okay, let's move on. Okay, we're getting into smaller subjects here. These look like seed pods. I can't quite figure out what it was. Any botanist here who can name this? Pardon? Liquid amber? All right. So that may help us with understanding this, but as a photographer, I'm looking for where's the eye candy? What makes it interesting thematically? Where's the eye candy? The eye candy is in the color. It is in these out of focus shapes here, but the eye's getting distracted. This is the escape route that we want to close off, right? So I would like to bring it down from the upper left, close that off a bit. Yeah, we can't let go of it completely, because otherwise that branch is all the way at the top, and then you lose the connection between this and that. So, but this is already an improvement. Then I would reduce the blacks as much as possible. There you go. Now these three seed pods are beginning to live more, and they hold the interest longer. Something that I don't know, are the settings available, Ross?
Yeah, this one's got
Okay.
ISO 800.
Yeah, okay. 50 millimeter lens at f3.2. If I had been the photographer there, I would have opened up my aperture. It would have blurred out the background a little bit. If I had a longer lens, I would have done that, because that would have blurred the background even more. Because this is really lovely. This gets in the way a little bit. Moving yourself to the right or a little bit to the left would have been an easy solution, and you would have done more with the same situation. Any comments? Yeah. There's no mountains in this scene, by the way. Yes. We can, there really is, there's no information in here. Yeah, we could clone in a different color, but now it gets really tricky. So in this case, I would say just leave it white. And we can't, yeah, we could do an extreme crop here, but then you lose this lovely background in here. Other suggestions? Yes? Do we use vignetting at all? Yeah, we do. Not sure that it would apply here necessarily, because look at these, yeah, these upper corners. You know? Yes, other question. That's an interesting suggestion. Get rid of the upper branch and just let these things dangle and come out of nowhere, okay? Okay. Like that better? Thank you for that. And it kind of, it's one way to answer the question, what's the image about? It's about the seed pods. Yeah. Yeah, but now indeed agreed, the branch in the background becomes more apparent. So one way to deal with that is we can lighten this up, and then it becomes less apparent. And of course, these shapes can be softened as well. But it's much easier if you have another lens. Again, it all points to the need for a photographer to think more clearly, constantly have that dialogue with yourself. Why am I stopping here? Why am I looking at this? Yeah? How can I achieve a result that conforms to what is interesting? Yeah, Peter. Pardon? Yeah, you could use an auto mask too. You could do all kinds of things, but I think it's time to move on to the next image. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. We're in a forest. This looks like a redwood forest, judging from the characteristics of this seedling here. Ross, do we have the settings?
Not for this one.
No settings? Okay, what's the picture about? What do you think the photographer is looking at? Huh? Pardon?
Life coming back.
Life coming back. Any other suggestions? No, I'm not saying you're wrong, just any other interpretations. How about light and dark? Okay. I imagine that the photographer is drawn towards this, whether it was with the idea in mind to suggest new life, or whether it was just to create a silhouette against against something dark. So, but it's sitting there dead center. And we've got this big mass of what appears to be a big tree trunk, and then there's nothing going on in here. So what can we do? Yeah, I would say there may be a more interesting relationship between the new life and the parent life. So let's try that. Let's get rid of this here on the right. And you know, this is an instance where you can keep the original aspect ratio. It doesn't matter for the purpose of what we're doing here. Okay, becoming a bit more interesting, isn't it? It's a bit more graphic. Now, let's see what kind of shadow detail we can pull out from the big tree. Is there anything there, Ross?
Not too much.
Not too much. All right. So probably it's a low-grade JPEG. Otherwise, I'm sure there would have been more detail. So what can we do here? Flip it into a black and white, because there's very little intrinsic color. Okay, we're not losing anything. What else could we do here? Suggestions? Yes? Okay, this gentleman wants to see you get cropped in from the left. He doesn't want to see all that black there, okay? All right. Yeah? So, cut the foreground. Darken the foreground. All right, Ross. We want to see the foreground get darkened. Okay. We can spend a lot of time at this, but it would have been a lot easier if we could have guided the photographer retroactively, right? If I really would have stood there, I might have tried to remove this little branch here on location. No mountains will get hurt in the course of doing that. And because in principle, this is a lovely thing, but it needed more work. It needed something to combine it with to establish a contrast with something else. Okay? Okay, thumbs up, thumbs down, indifferent. Okay, let's move on. Okay, backlit flowers of some kind, and I see a hot spot here that I can eliminate with my finger. So that's a simple adjustment to make. So what's the image about? Color? I hear anything else? Mystery? Interesting. Mystery. What else? Layers. Okay? Color, mystery, layers. Let's work with that. So we want to recognize this as a key element. The reason you're saying mystery is because of that, right? But it is a bit too mysterious. What if we pull it up just a little bit? Make it a bit more visible. And now I see a square shape here. Appears to be a box of some kind. And now there's a fence, so there's a structure there. Not sure we need that because it doesn't have anything to do with color, mystery, and layers. So we'll make that go away. I would say let's just, there's still color, there's still mystery, and there's layers, no? We've lost the mystery because it's become too light. Okay, we've lost the mystery, Ross. We need to go back into semi-darkness in the upper part.
So I brought that exposure down just a little bit.
We're really doing crowdsourced image reviews here, right? And we'll arrive at something that most people like, or at least, okay. What do you think about this? An improvement? No? Should be darker. Okay, more mystery, Ross. Okay, I can agree with that. Thank you. I hear one more comment. If I would have been there, would have I sunk lower? Well, it all depends, right? What is your point of view? Is it about color? Is it about layers, or is it about mystery? If it would have been, for me, if I would have been there, I probably would have ended up somewhere in here, because I find that the most interesting subject to work with. I'm not sure that I would have incorporated the mystery of the background. I probably would have used a longer lens. So here we go. 150 millimeters. I would have just gotten much closer and worked with this area right here. Okay, next one.
If you go click on O, it'll cycle through that.
Okay, thank you.
Ross?
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, here it comes. All right, not so much mystery here, right? It's a bit clearer to see what's going on. At last, a person. And there's a fence line, and there's a nice tree line. It's kind of a nice place for a stroll. But there's a little bit of everything. Yeah. This is an interesting line here that shows some directionality. I'm not sure that we need to see the white in here. So my first thought is to just crop it in. Start right here, because it's still the same idea. It's a person going out on a stroll, communing with nature. Okay, something like this. And then maybe bring it in from the top a little bit. So, when you're photographing people in a situation like this, it tends to work better to see a person from the back, because then it's not a recognizable individual. And because if you look a person in the face, you get all kinds of associations that may not be what you have in mind. So this person is walking towards the viewer. If I'd been a photographer, if that had been a companion, and if I really wanted to do an image, I would have asked my companion, okay, could you turn around, could you walk in the other direction? And then the body language becomes important. Gesture is what it's all about. So you start paying attention to the movement, the arms and the legs and so on. I think we should leave this as it is, because we still have a bunch of images to go, and it's already 2:45, I see. Let's move on. Okay. Whoa. This appears to have been a rainbow, but it got a little smudged. Ross, we looked at this earlier on screen, and I didn't quite see that smudging effect. What do you make of it?
It could be that the image is just a little over-processed. You can see the kind of blotchiness in the sky.
So, look at that. Ooh. A smudged rainbow. Okay, should we move on? Okay. Okay. All right. Now, this may have well been photographed during a helicopter tour or some kind of aerial tour of a mountain with a glacier tumbling down. And it's pretty awesome to see that go by your window, but you don't have a lot of time to compose. And so we need to do some things after the fact. What is the picture about? it's the glacier, but what is it about the glacier? Yeah, glaciers are just frozen water, so there's a directionality. They start someplace, they go some other place. And what's happening to glaciers these days? They're melting. Happening right there. Is that contributing to what's going on in here? No. So, did I hear anyone say vertical? Okay, vertical. And even a bit tighter, because we really want to get to, this is interesting, middle ground, not quite foreground, but this is what catches my eyes. And then I think we can extract more detail from the dark gray. This could be turned into a black and white as well. And yeah, look at the histogram, nothing's quite blown out. So some more work could be done there, but you get the idea, okay? Yeah.
Point of interest, and then how much of the environment do we include? If the point of interest is the place in the hall,
Yeah.
how much is the mountain? How much is the, how much to include of the whole environment?
The question is, how much do we show of the whole environment? I think there's a lot of environment in here. It's all environment. But you need something, as a photographer, I'm always looking for something that can anchor a viewer in a visual experience. That's that. Yes. The way it is? Okay. So this lady here says she keeps going back between this and that and that. So, should we move on? Okay. One more iceberg. So another statement, you can't do a picture of ice and of glaciers anymore without creating connotations with what's happening to the planet at large, even though we could also appreciate this as something in its own right. This looks like it's been processed quite a bit. Ross, what would you do here?
You could try this one in black and white.
There you go. You like that? No, not everyone likes that. I see some thumbs go up, some go down. Yeah, the maker probably is really attached to that blue-green, that aquamarine color. But there's a brooding quality that can also be conveyed through the black and white. I would say we need to move on because there's a number of, we haven't even gotten to the wildlife pictures, right? So let's go. Here's the first one. This could have been the first time that the photographer ever saw a Gentoo penguin. And you can't stop yourself. Shh, burst mode, blah, blah, blah. But is it an interesting statement about a Gentoo penguin? No. Is it an interesting statement about Antarctica? No. So relish the experience, but really start thinking more carefully about what you can do with the penguins there, because you're not the first photographer there to photograph a Gentoo penguin. Get closer or have a point of view. I'd say let's move on. Now, so in terms of animal within an environment, this is kind of like the same idea, but is it more interesting? Thumbs up, thumbs down. What's the difference? What's the difference between this picture and the previous picture? It shows more of the animal, but? Huh?
No, it's a bear. It's just made a deal of
Okay, it's Peter suggests maybe the bear just ate something or somebody in that boat. Mystery, yes. Yeah, there's directionality. There's directionality plus, look at the body language. And there's a reflection. So there's more going on here. but it's most of all this puzzling implied relationship between the bear and the boat. Yeah, it's a little bit of drama, but also the light is lovely. So I think this is nice. And it just makes the point, or I would like to make the point, and I'll make that again in the subsequent images. There are so many excellent photographs of wildlife these days, penguins, bears, and so on, that the close-ups that are really exciting to pursue are not necessarily the most interesting images to share with others. And I think this one proves that point. Should we go on to the next one? I think case in point, there are a lot of polar bear pictures out there. So I would guess that this is Svalbard, place in the Arctic. I'm sure it was really exciting, but the polar bear is dead center. So my hunch would be to get the polar bear out of the center a little bit. I would also bring this down a little bit and turn this into a real panorama. Okay, yep. There's more interest in the ice above the polar bear than there is in the snow below the bear. So, getting better here, okay. What is the ground? It's all ice. It's sea ice. This is sea ice, and this is a frozen mountain. No, this is a glacier front, okay. So let's darken it a little bit, Ross. Okay, a little bit more drama. Yeah, a bit more clarity. And then I would use kind of a neutral density filter, a grad, and bring this down a little bit because it's a little bit too bright compared to the background. Oh, pardon? Dehaze the ice. Ooh, it's that. I think that's. I wouldn't go that far. Yeah. No. Dehaze the ice. That sounds like it might impair the bear. Yeah. Yes, Peter. Yeah. Yeah, you could do that, but it gets too technical. Let's move on. There's more bears to come. Okay. There's more bears to come, but this is not one of them, okay? These are two starfish. What's the picture about? Huh? Starfish. But what about the starfish? They're starfish, but what's the picture about? The pattern. So it's the congregation of them at low tide. Anything else in the picture that is of interest? Color, okay. Anything else? 5 minutes, I hear. I'd say the photographer needs to get much closer. This is extraneous, this is extraneous, that is extraneous. Let's move on. Okay. Little frog. Somewhere in a forest. I wonder, why did the photographer crop that out? Is it a deliberate attempt to create negative space here so that the picture could be handed off to an art director to insert copy? In that case, this was a clever composition. But I would say crop it into a vertical. Let's move on because I'm getting the signal. We only have 5 minutes left. We spent too much time arguing about the previous images. So, okay, this is pretty typical. You encounter this, got to get that hummingbird, and you don't have enough time to really compose the background until the bird takes off again. And you're dealing with distracting effects of light in the background. I would kind of fill this in. I would fill that in. I would bring it in from the top and get that hummingbird out of the center. And I'm also seeing, if we go to the settings, F11, you don't need F11 for that. Open up the aperture, blur out the background. Let's carry on. All right, a penguin. No, sorry, start with a P, right? Pelican. What am I saying? Close. Interesting, it looks like there's a bit of flash fill. Looks like it's flash on camera. So good attempt. It looks like the bird is willing. Being Dutch, I would level the horizon a little bit. I would close this up a little bit. And I would try to extract a bit more detail here. But it doesn't look like the file's got a lot of resolution. I already see some noise creeping in. Let's carry on to the next one. This is a bit more interesting. Nice preening effect here. I would get rid of this because it's all about what's happening here, right? So let's get rid of that branch in the lower left, Ross. And yeah, we don't want to cut the feet out, but see, that is nice. Good decision to turn this into a black and white. Nice and clean, okay? Next one. Kind of the same idea, right? Same showy egret, also known as snowy egret. But this one's sitting on a nest. Also preening those nuptial plumes. Not much we can do here. Yeah, it's composed very tightly. I wouldn't turn this into a black and white because that's lovely blue. Let's move on. And this, kind of same idea. 3 different photographers, I imagine, all dealing with the nuptial plumage. I think the first one's the most successful. Let's move on. Oh, more preening. So also breeding plumage, probably, yeah, or could have been anywhere. Let's move on. Okay, now we're talking now we're finally getting some animal behavior. So this looks like the end of its life for a crab. So I want to get closer to what's happening there. So we bring it in from here, we bring it in from here. We maintain the original aspect ratio and see if the file can handle it. Okay. So in this case, 200 millimeter lens, f6.3 probably would have opened up the aperture a little bit, but you may not get much time at this. Let's go on to the next. Now this time the gull is the victim. The roles are reversed. So this is pretty dramatic here. I would take out this at the top, and I think that can happen just, and then it becomes really graphic. So that gull's already partially eaten, I would say. Pardon? Here? Oh, that's just snow. Okay. Couple more, and I'm sorry I apologize to the makers that we don't have more time to spend on this. Spectacular concentration of brown pelicans somewhere on the west coast, and great fly off. I don't quite know what to say here. It looks like this has already been developed. Blacks are looking pretty heavy. Let's move on. Nice moment between 2 beavers. Looks like a beaver dam right here. So I like to see this. See, this shows a bit more intimacy. The animals are interacting with each other. So I wouldn't do too much here. Let's go on to the next. Nice moment here. I wish this hadn't been cut off at the bottom. Next one. This nice moment, a nice side light, a little bit dark. I would pull that up a little bit without kind of destroying the mystery. Okay. I want to get to the finish line. Sorry for all of this. This is just too tight. Clearly, this was composed wider. It's been turned into into a vertical crop, but I just want to see, as you mentioned, let's see a little bit more context. The image doesn't become better if you give the animals no room to expand, right? Okay. Who? A moment during someone's safari. This looks like it could have been in Botswana because I see a wetland in the background. But it is what it is. We can't do more with it. Next one. This gets even uglier. If you see this for the first time in your life, yeah, it's an amazing moment, but I see somebody already looking down. So let's take a look at the next one. And this great lion, and oh, this looks like the end of life for a hippo. So, and the hippo's leg is really getting in the way here. Okay. Next one. Now we're talking. Glorious leopard. This is what every wildlife photographer wants to see on a safari. So gorgeous light, leopard in great condition. Yeah, I'm a little bit bright. I would darken this a little bit. I would crop it in a little bit, but yeah, this is a lovely portrait. Okay, and what you could do, yeah, okay, darken this a little bit because the attention needs to go to the leopard itself. Okay. I want to see either just this elephant or I want to see more of that elephant. This is a little bit arbitrarily cut. Okay. Next one. This can be very poignant, but either you go in more close or you show the whole face. And next one. 2 more polar bears. Probably also Svalbard. I recognize the rocks. A nice moment, a little bit bright. I would bring that down a little bit. It looks a little bit hot in here, but a nice moment. Okay. Nice black and white conversion. This looks like probably Svalbard as well. Bear doesn't look to be in great condition. And yeah, that's what's happening to polar bears everywhere. The last one. Yeah, I put this on last because yeah, I made a lot of critical comments about things, but that's just the nature of the photographic process. You start someplace and yeah, we all strive to do things better. I'm not saying that this is the only way to show a polar bear, but this is very nice and clean, nicely composed, nicely exposed, and I hope that the maker is still alive. Okay. Thank you for joining me. Thank you, Ross.
Yes, thank you both. Okay. And we're going to turn the stage real quick and jump into the last presentation of the day. So stick around. We'll be right up.
but who's counting?
Yeah.
Stupid code. When you signed up for the first OPTIC last night, it was like 460 people signed up. It's a funny story. It was around March 5th. March 22nd. That's like the 5th. And having meetings. I remember really, we knew that a storm was coming, but we didn't really know the particulars. And we're like, we gotta do this. There's a freight ship literally in the Bay of San Francisco that's not of all a plane ship. And I was like, this is like basically no, we're done. Bonus points if you know what the Demeter is. That's Dracula's ship when he came to when he was the Demeter. And the Demeter basically ground into the dock with the captain tied to the tiller to the till because Dracula was the killer. But yeah, so that was it. Just a little bit. My contact at the area.
But hopefully it'll be okay.
Okay, so you know what they say. They save the best for last, right? Thank you all for being here all the way to the end. We have two of the best for last on both stages, both really good friends. Here for Renee, and I'm excited to welcome her into the B&H family and to be part of our industry, and I can't wait for y'all to enjoy this and absorb her energy and feel inspired. So without further ado, Elle, come take the stage.
All right. Thank you so much. All right, how's everyone doing? I know it's the last one of the day. You know, I'm here to give you some energy, a little va-va-voom, and then also figuring out how to, I'll keep talking to figure out how to get it on the screen. But I'm just so curious if I can get a little idea of what style of photography that you do. Hands up if you're in nature. Hands up. Mainly large landscapes? Portrait? City? Okay. All right, so for me, I do a lot of heavy adventure and a bit of lifestyle. And so we'll get into showing a little bit more. Oh, you're good, you're good. Yeah. There we go. So what I want to talk about today is a little bit about who gets to tell the story. And first, to get there, I'm going to tell a little bit about my story. So my name is Elle. I'm originally from Georgia. I've lived a little bit of everywhere. And I'm about high energy. I'm about a love of the outdoors. I'm about showing it. I'm about outdoor joy. And so much of you'll see a lot of my personality in my pictures. So a little bit more about me. I actually went to Harvard's grad school for architecture, and then I got into innovation consulting. And so I was working with a lot of brands, helping them rethink. And that whole time, I've been a climber for the last 10 years. And what I really didn't see were images of me, images of people that I knew outside. So I decided, like, who gets to tell that story? And if I want more people to join me, how do I get it out there? How do I show what me and my friends are doing in a really rad way that makes people want to get outside, that makes people want to join me in a way they feel not only elevated, but feel good and feel safe and also feel seen. So in 2020, I was like, I've done a couple big things for brands, and I was like, all right, I've worked with all the big technical brands, but in 2020, I was like, I gotta figure out how to do this full time. So I quit my full-time consulting job in New York, and I was doing the photo thing on the side. I was flying in on red eyes on Thursday nights and then red eyeing back in on Mondays and like editing at night and just going out every weekend. And so I built up this huge catalog. And then all of a sudden, 2020, everything shifts in the world. Everything shifts culturally. Everything shifts about how we relate to each other. Everything becomes way more isolated. And then, of course, we all know the tragedy that happened. And so I was like, oh, with this tragedy, like I was at home, like, what do I do? Like, I've been outside. Sometimes my work isn't bought, but I'm getting told how great it is. And it's just kind of shitting on hard drives. So I was like, I gotta do something. So what I did was I took all my photos that weren't bought, and these, I'd done work with Patagonia, Arc'teryx, North Face, and I just made them all the covers of what I thought should be out into the world. And it went a little viral, and more than I thought. I was just up at night and I couldn't sleep with everything that was so heavy, and I was like, how do I make sure, how do I put a provocation out there? And so like, what if the outdoors was reimagined in this way? And so these are some of the mock covers that I did, and then all of a sudden Outside called me like a month later, and they're like, you gotta be on our cover. And I just wasn't expecting that. And then ever since then, I've been able to turn this into a full-time job. And it's been like really amazing, and I'm just really thankful to be here and that you guys are gonna listen to this. So much of my work also focuses on what don't I see? Like, and then who gets to tell it? And so I had went and did this job for Patagonia, and like, they bought 2 photos maybe, but they were like, this is the most we ever archived. And I was like, it's just gonna sit there? And so what was interesting for me is I like to tell the stories also off the wall. I think sometimes you see this kind of similar thing that I'm gonna get into, but what do you remember about those times? Yeah, you're gonna remember the climb, but are you gonna remember what made it an amazing time? And it's often those kind of heartfelt moments. It's the moments off the wall, and it's making sure I'm illuminating people that I think who should be told. Here are some of the people that I know, all longtime climbers, 7 years plus, and they had never been told. And this is even before 2020, like their story just hadn't been out there, and so how do I tell it? And so also with that, I was working at this consulting firm, and all we did was make provocations for really big companies. And so like from J. Crew to IBM to you name it, they kind of came through of like, can you help us rethink this? Can you help us rethink that? And someone from, I think the head of philosophy came from Patagonia for a lunch and learn. And so I was like, I'm gonna create a pamphlet, and me and a couple colleagues of like, I've been doing this outdoor thing for a while, and I see so many other stories, but I really don't see anything that kind of relates to me. And so we made a whole provocation book called Outsiders, and I took it around in 2020, and people said, oh, that's amazing, and it just sat. And so it was so interesting, because then when that outside cover came, they all called back. So I just wanted to share some of the stuff that I've been doing. And so what I really wanted to tell is like the stories that I see that weren't being seen, and also thinking about why I'm telling them and who gets to tell that story. And so these are for the North Face, and I just wanted to illuminate some of these other moments. And so this is a Stefan. I used to live in Brooklyn, and we would go out and climb, and I wanted to showcase there's this whole community here that are doing these things, but it's almost like this little bit of erasure is happening, because like the photographers are not coming to us, so how do I make sure I'm feeling something or showing us and doing things that are also very rad? And so you can see my friend Stefan and like the smile, what makes it personable to just the group, just people chilling at the crag, down to just the hands. And this is even before I had a commercial grade camera. I borrowed the one from work to do this. And so I was just kind of out on the weekends. And so you'll see a little bit more here of like, And so the funny thing is, this is one of the ones where the North Face called back right after George Floyd and were like, can we have all these? And I was like, only if you pay everybody. And so not only am I here to tell the story, I'm also here to uplift and make sure I'm advocating that, you know, I gave them t-shirts. They never got paid, and so making sure when their likeness is used that they're also being elevated. And so that gets to it. So oftentimes when I see outdoor imagery, there tends to be this kind of colonial tint to it. And so, I think that kind of has shaped the outdoor landscape. Like everyone is like, I've got to be up here, and it relates because I've got to be up here, I've got to conquer this, I got to stand on it. But what about all those stories in between? And that's why I think it's so necessary to think about who gets to tell the story and why you should have different storytellers who can relate to different subjects. And so see, it's like always like, yes, I made it. And like, yes, I conquered it. And so for me, when you add in a bunch of different people to who's behind the camera, I think you're gonna start to get a different result as to why you think certain things are important. So these are some of the things that are important. So this was the first shoot I did for Arc'teryx. And I wasn't even calling myself a photographer then at all, or even an artist. I just called myself someone who did creative strategy. And so like they called me and I was like, me? I've just, you know, been taking photos of me and my friends. And they're like, yeah, you. And I just remember I did it, and afterwards, I remember feeling like, not that I failed, but like I didn't give them what they wanted. But when I went back, I actually realized I think I gave them what they really needed. I'd sit there, I went to Vancouver, and I was like, everything you have is not approachable. Like, there's a ton of women who climb, they never see themselves. These are recreational climbers, these are your weekend warriors, these are people of different orientations who are out there, and in the one in the middle is my favorite one, and they're like, Elle, can you cast it? Can you do this? Can you do that? And I did, and I'm also here to tell like these very personable moments. So she had a little bit of a whip on the wall, and so, and I just wanted to show that down to the stuff that they think that they need, which is these kind of imagery, and then back to the true story of what it's like to be a climber. So she's icing her butt after she fell and slid down like 40 feet. It was like really scary to watch. But you know, as you could tell, she's in good spirits. Down to another project. So this was for Trail Runner magazine. And it gets back into why does a storyteller matter? And so during everything that happened in 2020, I kind of got asked to like, how do you think about running? I think I'm a trail runner, and you see so many people that are only running at your most epic locations and ridge lines. What about people who need to run for solace? What about people who need to run to exhale? What about this group who never really gets seen or shown? And so, in trying to do it in a way that feels good and feels intimate for them. And so, and down to a newer project. So this was for outside, and it's very rare that you'll see all Black expedition teams, and it's something that's newer, and so something that's newer as to who gets to be behind the lens, and I very much wanted to show who the true athletes are, some of the porters, and then this trip kind of took a whole new lens, and so he was the lead guide, and so I wanted to illuminate how strong he was. Him with the ice axe, and how accomplished he was, and that was our gift to him. I also went with a sponsored Black Diamond climber, and so to make sure everywhere we go, that person has like this momentum of this kind of power and just carrying something, down to kind of these moments. So what ended up happening was, like, we did Kilimanjaro kind of quickly, and for me, it's not always about yes, I want to be badass and making sure I'm getting to the summits, but it's kind of these other stories that really feel enriching. And so we were like, we didn't have the right lenses for safaris because I didn't know we were going to go on one. And so the guy I went with, he had a breakup. And so we were like, we got to do something a little more interactive. And so they're like, if you could do it COVID safe, would you go meet a tribe or two? And I was like, absolutely. And so we went. And it was really interesting because they hadn't really been documented by a Black woman before. And so what I was able to get, and I didn't bring the camera out until the very end. For me, it's also my first time going and being there. And so I'm like very sensitive. And that's the same thing with my work. I'm not a person that's gonna put something in front of you. I end up knowing everyone for months. I wanna make sure that they're comfortable. I wanna make sure, because I'm also dealing with a subset of people that really hadn't had that interest in the industry didn't have an interest in taking their photo. And so for me, it's like, how do you make sure people are comfortable? How do you make sure that there's trust that I'm gonna illuminate them in the right way? And so I ended up meeting the Datuka tribe with the bracelets on the left, I guess, yeah, you're right. And then going hunting with the Hadza. And so the funny thing is, like, I'm also interested in tropes. What often don't you see? And how can they remember, and making sure that there's these kind of sweet moments. And so I think I made him a little nervous. And so he would like laugh. And I didn't bring the camera out until the very end. And just kind of making sure I'm capturing, capturing the sensitivity. Like, I don't think their tribe will sustain in the next 50 years because their land gets smaller and smaller. And so they're kind of reduced to hunting baboons, which is what he's wearing. And so you can't sustain a huge tribe on only baboons. And so there used to be big game, but a lot of people from the Middle East have bought game reserves all around their land. And so making sure I'm being sensitive, especially if I know this has the possibility to be placed in a magazine. And so this is what went in there, and making sure I'm doing it in this really beautiful way. And because I feel very honored. I don't think with the conversations that we had with them, like, even they were just so interested in seeing us. They'd never really seen very many expedition teams that looked like them at all. And so recognizing that power of the moment, and how do I make sure I reflect that back and give them powerful moments that humanize them as well. All right, so this is kind of one of my key subjects is climbing. So I've been climbing since 2011. I started in college, and kind of recognizing what are these moments that I don't get to be. I'm around a lot of Black climbers, but making sure I'm illuminating in a way, and that they're opening up. And so these are two guys that I've known, and what are the moments that I can tell to really illuminate them? And so they climb very hard. Neither are sponsored because there wasn't as much interest. And so what are these moments of whimsy? What are these moments of curiosity? What are these moments of fun that I personally can do to make sure that this is kind of being shown? And so you can see Josh is like climbing 513, and he's really long arms, and he's like kind of going for the tight pocket. And then he didn't send it. So he came down, and there was this moment, like he had like a Spider-Man moment. And so how can I make sure I'm capturing kind of that whimsy and that joy? And then his friend Dom, who's an amazing climber, who will hopefully will become very sponsored. And I was like, and he was so shy. And so making sure I asked for permission before I even brought out a camera. Like, he's very shy, and like has some like insecurities with the camera, and just making sure how can I illuminate him in that I only had my camera out for less than 30 minutes in a way that he would feel good. And so when I posted it, this is material so he could get on sponsorship teams, and just kind of recognizing this special moment between all of us. We're all Black climbers. We rarely get to climb sport together. and how can I make the best out of this moment? And so you'll see him coming down, and he was like so stoked about the pictures. And so like, you'll see like this moment, we're out in Malibu Creek out in LA, and showing him where he felt really strong, because like the smile from him is gonna be very slow to come, and just kind of respecting who he is. Down to another story that I'm like, oop, I should take some water. Hold on 1 second. I don't want to speak to you with dry mouth. All right. Down to another moment that I think who the storyteller and how you tell the story really matters. So Smartwool has been one of the people that have been like really, really stoked to work with me. And I was like, and they're like, Elle, we need something. And I was like, okay, are you gonna, and most of the projects, I'm gonna say 90% I creative direct and I cast, and I'm very sensitive. And I was like, can we retell a story about van life? I don't know if you know, but van life, it's not the most comfortable experience for a lot of people. And so how can I tell it if van life was reimagined? And reimagined where people felt safe on the road. Because not all of us do. Not all of us can live in a car and feel like we can stop anywhere and won't get bothered. And there's so many horrible stories about van lifing as a person of color, van lifing as a woman, that are super unsettling. And so I went to Smartwool. I was like, what if I reimagined van life and did it in a way that was comfortable for people, in a way that people felt safe and felt good, and they were real jazzed. And so this is what if van life felt so good for people who are of color. And so I took them on a 3-day journey through right where we are now, through Big Sur, and again, with all people who've been doing this. They may do it in their own way, but these are all seasoned climbers and seasoned outdoorsmen, mycologists, as well. And so just making sure I'm kind of showing, and also recognizing to people that haven't seen this or haven't seen photos of themselves, what's also going to make them want to join. And so, and you know, hopefully these will make people realize you may not feel safe to do it full time, but maybe you can go out with a crew. Maybe you can do it in this way. And we just had a really good time. And then also being someone that hasn't always, I've been in the industry, but kind of been on the outskirts, and I felt way more invited in, say, 2020. But kind of recognizing when you're not using the same historical talent pool, you really have to let people enjoy. And I'm here for that. Oftentimes when I've shown up as shoot, I've done a ton of modeling as well. Like there's a little bit of the chop, and they're not letting people who've never had that experience enjoy. They're often like, some people feel really, really nervous. And so for Smartwool, they're like, do you want us to come? And I was like, no. No. You'll change the whole dynamic, because you got to recognize, I'm not using, everyone that you've seen has not modeled. I've made them models. I need to make sure I'm working with people and making sure that they're comfortable. Their story often hasn't been told, and how can I do this in a way that feels really good for them, where it isn't this team of people being like, fix this, we need to go to the next location. I want to make sure that people that come with me on the experiences that I'm doing really get to enjoy. So you'll see some more, and then sometimes I do have to be in my own photo. When I don't see that someone's doing right what I want, I'll just hop in right quick. And some more, showing that the person pulling out the bucket built their own van, but had a mortifying experience and didn't want to live in it. And so really just making sure that how can I do it in a context that felt better for people? Down to another, I live in San Francisco. I've been climbing for a while. And then how do I also tell these other stories? I feel like, you know, my work isn't only about the summit. Oftentimes you won't see the summit at all. And so, and understanding what is the summit is also relative. For some people, just being outside at all is the win, and making sure that I'm telling that. And so with this guy, I saw him climbing, and I was like, I will drive 2 hours to climb with you a couple times. And so I did, and then I finally invited him out. Like, I really like to have a relationship and a trust there. And he just gave this like beautiful exhale, which is what I like seeing, that human connection to nature that makes you feel that way. And then also highlighting more of a style and some fun. You know, I'm here to make sure that what I'm doing is also salient to people that may not climb, or people who want to climb, or may not be outside, that this is also a place that they could be themselves, they can style it, they can like show up feeling good, and that you may not have to show up the most technical. You could show up the most fly. And so, and putting that in there, and like, so she's a person I work with a lot, and a very close friend who was like down to do this with me, and down to help also do some of the styling needs. And so it was interesting. No outdoor brand would take me up on this location. And then all of a sudden, a Japanese brand was like, hey, we need someone. And with the Parks Project, they did like a collab. And they're like, we don't care where you go. And then I was like, great, I can go to this location I've been dying to go to that no one thinks is gonna be good. But I've been there so many times, I know I can shoot it really well. And the other thing was telling that joy of the journey, making sure that people feel comfortable to show it and to exude it and to live it, and that feels really genuine for them. And so I know everything that's gonna make her laugh. And and that's so important to the work. Down to this photo of like, Justin, you can totally try that problem, just go for it. And he did. He didn't send it, but this is not about always sending it. This is about being able to make sure you have even the capacity to just go for it, and that you feel comfortable to be there, and that you deserve to be there. And then getting some more of those moments. It's just one of like, you know, so there's so many state parks that are gems here, and kind of showing it. And also recognizing that when I'm taking people out, they've never been to these spaces, and also giving them moments to appreciate it. All right, so this one, another climber that I know and like has spent some time with, and making sure that they're like just a friend and someone that I know first, and to be able to get some of these styles of pictures. And so I was like, Pierre, I got a grant I'm doing with Marmot and Sony. Like, will you be part of the photos for it? And I was like, I can't promise you a lot, but I will promise that I make sure you get paid. And I was like, it's gonna be an experiment. I know you haven't really been in front of the camera, but let's go. He climbs really strong. But these are just my favorite photos of seeing kind of like what that moment is for him. He doesn't have a car. He rarely gets to go climb outside, so he's mainly climbing in the gym. And how do you revel in that moment? Like that revel in that moment of just taking things in, and just then being stoked to be there. Next to, this is probably one of the projects that people who are like from my community come up to me the most about. So another reason why who the storyteller I think also matters. Chaco was like, they reached out and they're like, Elle, we have skin tone shoes, but we don't know how to market it. Can you do something for us? And I was like, absolutely. So I did their whole strategy, and I was like, what we're gonna do is not talk about skin tone enough, not talk about skin tone at all. I was like, we don't need to talk about skin tone. What we will talk about is the power of earth, and the power of earth tones, and the power of texture and being there. And so you'll see some recurring people. So I like really wanted to craft something that people who haven't been outside will feel like they can be outside. And also bringing some people that have never been to these areas, again, to have a really, really good time. So it was just about socks and sandals, and what are the moments that are like fun, but more importantly, what are those moments that also add in style, that can bring culture? And so many of my reference points from growing up, they really weren't North Face ads. I never saw myself. The ads that we would see are kind of like the Tommy Hilfiger, the Ralph Lauren, all those ones, the J. Crew kind of covers. And so some of the companies were not marketing to me at all. And so for me, and how I'm thinking about my reference points and why the storyteller matters, is making sure that I'm also bringing in some flyness. And so I told the brand, I was like, I want it very monochromed, but with huge pops, because this is about the power of Earth, and like I want it to be super tonal. And they were like, down. And then Choco was like, should we come out? And I was like, no. I think that'll ruin the whole flow of who I'm with. Because for me, I've been on really big shoots. And what I've recognized is I've felt really uncomfortable by some people who were taking the picture. Like they'll talk about all the places that they've been, but have no relation to who you are and have a hard time relating. And the other thing that has often come, that's been unfortunate is like, for me being like a Black woman, I've been on things and then you're kind of put to the side the whole time. And then you're like in the background, but then you've been told that the shoot was for you, and I invited my friends, and then they got utilized the whole time, and you're kind of in the background. And so on these shoots, and who gets to take that picture, everyone gets a moment to be seen. Everyone gets coaching. Everyone, like the woman that's in rap never modeled before. I casted her. I felt like she would get a job. I don't need people to show up to make people feel nervous, because you got to recognize they haven't been here before. I have my team that I run my own like studio, and they're going to feel really good. There's patience. And then, and then making sure people are feeling their body. This was not meant to be the summit. This was not meant to be the highest thing. This is meant to be, you can kind of sit and be outside anywhere. So some more with Justin. Some more with Ray. And like just kind of showing different body types, different tones, different identities, down to like the most epic time. So it's about the power of Earth. So we went to different textures. And so I want people, when their experience with me, after having not like the most amazing experiences on set, because none of these people are professional, except for one has done some shoots. But Justin and Bree with the big hair, both of them that have big hair, never. Like their only working has been with me. And so they'd never been sandboarding. And I was like, I've just brought it out. Where are these moments of whimsy? And making sure that everyone who comes on these shoots just has this, again, you can feel it. And so these are kind of the moments with them. Just kind of having a really good time. And also trying to be intentional of like footwear and kind of showing it. But at the end of the day, what's going to sell the shoe is how people utilize it. Down to like getting Michael's first time going down a sand dune. He was so stoked. And so making sure that I had that, making sure he wore something that he wanted to wear when we were all styling it. And so I'll give a general color palette. And then I also kind of give them like what makes you feel the most comfortable. So the shoot went really well, and it went so well. Like I've never had a shoot. This was the first time where people cried. Like just the kind of like, I've never felt the scene. I've never felt like I had actually a good time. This is not my typical experience ever. I felt safe being here. We were all driving together and making sure that they felt nurtured in the environment. Down to my latest project. And so part of the reason I'm talking to everyone today is because I'm not saying you have to be a Black person to take pictures of Black people. What I'm trying to say is I hope that brands or people that have access will get to know the subject or recognize not every story is for you to tell, or are you the best one to tell it? And so that's something I hope people really think about. I got asked to tell a story about Chinatown, and I was like, why me? And that's kind of like, I don't think I am the best one to tell it. It'd be one thing if you asked me to tell it about a specific person and I had that relationship, but I don't. And so how would I be the best person to tell that story about Chinatown? Now, it's one thing if you're just so hungry and you have to pay the bills. But I think for many of us, you have the idea of like, who can I nurture to help take this and go with them to make sure it's done well, or let it to go someone who you know can really tell and be kind of closer to that subject matter, that person or whatever, or develop or has that relationship developed. So this is one of my latest projects. Another one with some climbing in there. And so as you can tell, you could probably see most of the people I do work with are kind of like the North Face, Arc'teryx, Smart Wool, and then throwing in some lifestyle, Patagonia. They've all been recurring clients. So I took them on another trip. I recognized that, what about the element of also surprise? And so I called around for like several weeks to ranches. On the way to this climbing area, there's all these ranches, and so I like figured out which ones to like I'm gonna reach out to. And finally, this lady was like, I don't let people up here anymore. And I was like, and she was like, but my husband said you are really nice. And so I was like, I will drive an hour. And I also learned a lesson. Like, I went to try and shoot some sheep for Adidas, and the guy didn't show up. And he had a good reason. Like, his parent had like cancer, and like he wanted to make sure he was there, and like for a medical appointment. But he was like, just hop the fence, don't mind the dogs. But I was like, hey, where are you? And so we tried to hop the fence, and it did not go well. With sheep being prey animals, I kind of also recognize like, you gotta have a caretaker that really spends a whole lot of time, that really loves them, and like where they're really familiar. And so we're on this another kind of journey to make sure people know that they can do this up the coast. And I just kind of pulled up. I'd only promised them climbing and oysters. And so I was like, hey, got a surprise. And Kelly, the owner of the ranch, kind of met us. And I was like, let's just have the epic sunset. Now, Smart Wool was like, I don't know if we'll use those. Those are not merino wool. And I was like, we'll take a chance. These are Navajo sheep. It's a lady that's doing a sustainable farm for a conservation effort. Then 2 weeks ago, they were like, who was the lady who owned the farm? We'd like to do a story. And I was like, see, you gotta trust me. And so they also were like, and then the fun thing about the brands, they're like, we don't need to show up. We recognize who you're using doesn't always feel comfortable with our presence. They felt judged and other things else. And so I was like, great. Perfect, because I didn't want you to, but I didn't say that. And so I may have had them have these moments, these kind of moments of whimsy, and eventually we got to the climbs. And so is it always about the climb? For me, no, even though I'm a climber. It's also about having these three support him on his first time outdoor climbing. And what is that like? Because that's going to be also relatable to the people I want to bring in so they know that they can be here too. and just some more. And so I would do free climbing events in Brooklyn because I believe in making things accessible. If it's $50 in New York, it's $40 to go, and then you still have to rent the shoes and to get the chalk bag. And so all of a sudden, if it's $50 to try climbing, that's kind of a high cost. So I started doing free climbing events in New York City because the gym wanted pictures, and I was like, no, 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 no. I'm going to bring in a group that wants to climb that has less resources. And this is one of the guys that was coming in, and and he kept climbing. And so I was like, Matteo, I'm doing a shoot with people that I think you'll love, people that want to illuminate you, people that will celebrate you. You got to come to California. I'll fly you out. And he just kept having. He was like, all he could say was just how incredible this was. And so much of my work feels like making sure I personally am not the only one that wins and gets to see places, making sure that I'm not only, bringing people places that they haven't been, but making sure that when they get there, that their spirit really feels elevated. And then I decided to take a little bet. So, this may not play. But I decided to take a little bit of a bet. So before I play it, I decided to take a little bit of a bet. And for me, I recognize as being a woman of color to be here, it really wasn't until George Floyd that people really wanted to see what I have. And I also recognize, and it's unfortunate, but it's true. And so how can I take this moment and keep creating momentum to make sure people get paid well, to make sure people are seen, and also to support other women in the industry. One of the things I realized that you don't really see a lot of women with steady cams. You don't see a lot of women DPs. So I was like, we don't have a video budget, but I'll pay you out of my own money to come here. A woman out of LA, I was like, I can't pay you your LA rate, but I can get you money on the back end if the brand likes it. And so I got to direct it, and she got to come out and film, and the whole time she just had an amazing time. So here's that effort. How do I present? We're almost done here. So that's a bit of my story and the type of work that I do. And so I hope with other photographers, when you're handed a project and you have the means of it's maybe a subject that you might not have a ton of touches with, that people will think, am I the best one to tell the story? Or how can I help usher other people to be included to tell it? So I'm not telling anyone that they can't do something, and I'm not telling you that you need to do this as your style or anything like this. Hopefully that you'll know to support people who are like me, and to figure out how to continually elevate, and not only those that are around you, but those that also deserve a chance to be able to be a working DP, a working photographer, a working creative director as well. Thank you.
We do have a few questions. Raise your hand here. I'll come to you first.
First of all, you're a wonderful speaker and tactful to a very difficult audience, I imagine, from your point of view. Kudos to you. So my real question is, when you told the brand not to show up, and you told them several times, and then they got it and they trusted you, did they ever say, we want to know why you don't want us to show up, or we'd like to learn how to show up better, or in a different way, or be more appropriate? I don't even know the words to say, but did they learn anything from what you said, or did they just say, okay, we're the way we are and we can't change?
Well, to be honest, after they saw the what if van life were like this project, they kind of got it. Because they, like the head of photos, or the social media person was like Keith Lazinski's wife, and she was like, we haven't gotten photos like this ever. And so that gave me some confidence. And then it was in every marketing meeting, kind of like, and by the way, I got the video DP paid, because they were like, I was like, I'm gonna take a gamble on there, and I was like, well, you gotta pay her for all the editing. And so she did get paid, because they've been using it in all their marketing, it's on all their social media, and so that also made me feel good. But as to that thing, they get it. Not a lot of other brands do, because what I've noticed, like showing up, like sometimes, like I just did an expedition with a brand that's in the room, with the camera company, and I was the only woman of 30. Like, if you're not kind of used to that, it can be very hard to operate. And so when I'm trying to tell them, sometimes the best work I'm going to get is when people feel the most comfortable. And so how do you make sure you're creating space for people that really haven't had the space to be themselves, or feel like they have to be someone else, or feel like they're going to make a mistake? Because who I'm using, they're not the most professional. You saw 2 people that have some modeling experience out of, 15, maybe 10, and I like integrating 1 or 2, and I have some experience, so I know how to be and surround and elevate, and making sure that people don't feel like they're doing something wrong, and reset moments, and so they actually really get it. They're like, this is some of our favorite work, like what's our next project?
Another question? Okay, one more time. Let's do a round of applause for Elle. Thank you so much.
Thank you much for having me. And anytime you want to have questions, I'm down. And also, one other thing. Remember to support creatives, especially women and people of color, online. I think a lot of us don't get the kind of same amount of likes and an amount of attention, even though the talent is there. Like, I wasn't able to work fully until a tragedy happened, and I know that's also the story of so many. And so make sure that you can figure out how to be an ally in this space, and make sure you bring someone with you. Or if they're not ready, bring someone with you, or make sure you kind of think about who's the best to tell it. So again, thank you.
And with that, that concludes day 2 on the Explorer stage. To all of our friends watching from home, thank you so much for joining us. And we hope to see you at the next one, whether in person or digital. Again, we love our in-person audience. We love our online audience. Coast to coast, country to country. We've seen so many friendly faces. So thank you again. We'll see you soon. And for y'all still here, we are doing the Optic Challenge giveaway on the main stage. So you stuck around until the end. You better get in there and see if your name is called. We've got some good prizes.
I appreciate it.